Panelists, half of the House, and welcome Berkeley, Councilmember Burnett. Hopefully we'll have a couple other council members joining us. Thanks to David Cardosa. David, I think you're our audio visual access Monterey Peninsula expert. Thank you. And Sigenthaler, thank you for joining us, David, as a representative of service.
Yep, good to be here.
It'll be the first time I may see your face after 20 years of seeing
My
your
private camera, if I can find it.
What does he look like? Probably not. No, just long. Good to see you. Really see you. David, how long have you been with the Park Service?
Well, officially I have 25 years in, but it's been off and on since 1977.
Oh, long enough to know what's going on. Hello, Lane.
Good evening, Mayor.
And Susan Pinnell must be one of our presenters. I don't recognize that name yet.
I'm not sure.
Susan's with Chaparral County Corporation.
Okay.
Hello, Susan.
Hello.
All right, Matt, have you brought over who you need to? Still working on it.
Yeah, we're still looking for Sean Mott and Ray Murray. I do not see them yet.
Okay.
Sean, is Sean there with you?
Yes.
Okay, so they're using the one Zoom feed through Susan.
Just Ray Murray then. We don't have.
And Ray Murray with Chaparral as well?
No, with the National Park Service.
We should be on shortly, I'm thinking.
We've gone from 8 to 23 public in the last couple of moments. That kind of tells me that it's a agenda item of interest. I'm still stalling, so Bob Rathie. Hello, Bob. He is our city attorney.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
And Brian McMinn is our public works director. Thank you, Brian, for your work on this item tonight. Tina Nieto is our police chief. Doug McCowan, fire chief. There's Tina, there's Doug. Anita Shepard-Sharp is our deputy city clerk, but we have no city clerk, so really she's been our city clerk since probably 2010.
And I have one, so you can call it to order if you'd like.
You have what, Anita?
601.
Okay, what is 601? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we're kind of stalling until we have people here who need to be here that Matt's bringing over. There's Kathy Bayala, our Mayor Pro Tem, and Terry Segrist, our Director of Cultural Services. That was Terry singing for us. Thank you, Terry. Very nice voice. Anna White is our commander over on operations side of the house. I'm sorry, administrative side of the house at the police department. And so we got Ray on. Hello, Ray.
It's like if that's Ray Murray,
Yes.
we're just seeing a Ray. Okay,
No, I'm not positive. You might want to clarify.
Ray, if you can unmute and verify that it is Ray Murray, we've moved over to panelist.
And we have Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. So all 5 city council members are here, including myself. And I'll go ahead and launch the meeting while Matt finishes bringing people over. So we'll call the meeting to order, and can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita, and make sure we're all here.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Burnett.
Present.
Here.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. And I apologize, I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I think it's appropriate at this time for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Does someone like to volunteer to lead us in the pledge?
I will.
All right. Lane Long, our city manager, after a moment of silence, please lead us in the pledge. Thank you, Lane.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you. Lane. So not having the agenda in front of me, help me out if I'm going astray, but I think we're going to launch right into tonight's single item agenda. Is that correct, Lane?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, then let's pass it back to you, Lane and Brian, to frame it for us, and we'll get started as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just spend a few minutes, as you said, kind of framing the discussion. And then Brian has a presentation. He'll take it from there. First of all, I really wanted to express our appreciation to everyone that's been involved in this long selection process to select a new concessionaire for the Marina Equestrian Center. This really process has gone on for several years. We express appreciation to all those groups that have made proposals, the members of the public who have provided lots of comment and input over the years, the city council who developed and approved the program of utilization, and staff and many interns who have assisted in putting together our RFP, and last but not least, the National Park Service, and in particular, David Siegenthaler, who is the regional program manager for the Federal Lands to Parks program with the National Park Service. David probably won't appreciate this, but he has really worked very tirelessly and patiently with the city over the years as he's been trying to assist us in getting our property into compliance with the Federal Lands to Park regulations. I did want to clarify a few points regarding the Federal Lands to Park program. Yet Congress passed the Federal Lands for Park and Recreation Act specifically to help state and local governments like our city in providing public park and recreation areas by donating the land determined to be in surplus for federal needs. This program provides land free of charge to entities like Marina, and in return, we make a pledge to use that land for public park and recreation purposes only in perpetuity. And if an entity wants to use the land for private use, it's a very different process that the federal government goes through. And that land, if it is declared surplus, has to go through a process that it is sold at market value. But that wasn't our process. It was a land conveyance free, and that was our pledge to keep it in public park and recreation use. The Equestrian Center land, it was conveyed to us. It was approximately 27 acres. And I know it's kind of confusing. The staff reports and talk about 35 acres, but I think in the initial request, it was probably 35 acres, but Brian tells me the actual land conveyance was 27 acres. And out of that, the Marina Equestrian Association has been using about 13 acres of that for the past 20 odd years. Again, this land was conveyed to the city of Marina at no cost, and we made the pledge that we'd use that strictly for public park and recreation purposes, and there is no authorization to use it for private purposes. The private boarding that has occurred over the years has been in violation of the terms of the land conveyance, and the city really is at risk of reversion of this property back to non-compliance. The city council recognized this back in probably even prior to 2013, but in 2013, they approved a program of utilization to help us go down the path of establishing a concessionaire agreement that would be in compliance with the federal land conveyance. And so one of the questions that has been asked is, if private boarding is non-compliant, then why has the city allowed this to happen for so long over the years? I want to clarify that this isn't a new standard by the National Park Service. And in fact, they repeatedly have told us that that the long-term boarding that is going on there is not in compliance. But at the same time, the National Park Service, their goal is to keep land in public and recreation use. And their goal is not to get it reverted back to the federal government. And so David Siegenthaler has been very patient in working with us to try to bring this land into compliance. And we've made a commitment to him over the years, at least 8 years I've been here, as we've been telling him that we are going down the path, and he sees that we're going down that path. And so he's been willing to work with us, knowing that it has not been in compliance. Now, we acknowledge there's definitely been some misunderstanding and confusion regarding these land use requirements. And the city of Marina certainly could have done a better job in our oversight responsibilities, and we are trying to correct that. And we're going to improve on our obligations in using the public park as it was intended. The Marina Equestrian Center really is an amazing asset for our city, not only for the beauty and the views of the ocean, but the preservation of the equestrian history of former Fort Ord, and the ability to provide some unique equestrian-related experiences for our citizens and the general public who come to our city and will use the park. We submitted to David Siegenthaler last week a list of 30-some questions trying to resolve some of these misunderstandings. And so he got that to us over the weekend, and we have provided that to the council and said send it around to the public, and that is now attached as part of our agenda packet. So if you want to see those 30 questions and Mr. Siegenthaler's responses, that is online. Tonight, Brian, our Public Works Director, who has overseen this whole process, along with Terry Seacrest, our Recreation and Cultural Services Director, he'll be making a presentation. As I mentioned, we also have David Siegenthaler with the Federal Lands to Parks Program, and also Ray Murray, who is the Chief of the Partnership Division with the National Park Service, and they'll be there to answer any questions that the council may have. I also want to touch base on our selection process. This process was outlined in our RFP, and we've tried to be as open as transparent as possible, while still being considerate of the people in the groups making the proposals in the evaluation process. The evaluation committee, which was outlined in the RFP, consisted of Brian McMinn, our Public Works Director, Terry Seacrest, and myself, along with assistance from the consultant that we hired to help us in this RFP process. All three of us, as our evaluation committee, reviewed the proposals in detail. We had an interview with the three proposers, and after that interview process, we rated all of the proposals, and the highest rated one is being brought back to the city council for consideration. And again, this process was outlined in our RFP. I wanted to also highlight to you that Brian McMinn, he is very skilled in the RFP selection process. And in fact, last year he won for the city of Marina an award for the state of California. We're the only city that won it. It's called the California 2021 Qualification-Based Selection Process Award. This is awarded by the American Council of Engineering Companies. And so Brian, he actually goes and speaks across the state of the selection processes for qualifications, and he does a really good job at that. And so he is skillfully, they're very difficult and certainly charged process has guided us through this, and we appreciate his help with that. We've also asked the highest rated proposal, which is the Chaparral Group. We've asked them to also make a presentation to the city council. So with that, I'm going to turn everything over to Brian McMinn.
Thank you, Lane. Mayor, members of council, I'm Brian McMinn, Public Works Director. My presentation, some of this is Lane touched on already, but I'll run through it and kind of give an overview of how the kind of path that we went down to get here tonight with this item here before our city council. So is that visible now, the presentation? Okay, thank you. All right, Lane touched on a little bit on the meeting purpose was for staff to bring back to city council recommending concessionaire to operate the Marina Equestrian Center. with the provisions that this has to be consistent with the program of utilization and compliant with the National Park Service requirements. A little bit of the background history: closure of Fort Ord made land available for parks and public benefit conveyance. 27 acres, including the existing horse stables, were deeded to the city by the federal government on April 13th, 1998. Land was made available by the Department of the Interior under the direction of the NPS through the Federal Lands to Parks program. To be consistent with the requirements of that program, the Marina Equestrian Center was conveyed for public park and public recreation area purposes. It requires that the city submit a program of utilization, which needs to be reviewed and approved by the National Park Service. And any concessionaire agreements to provide public recreation programs also must receive concurrence from the National Park Service. So those were some of the guiding principles that went into the RFP. The program of utilization that the city developed, there have been a couple of them over the years, but the most recent one that currently governs was approved by City Council on July 16th of 2013. And that program of utilization included, quote, "a portion of the existing stables will be available for self-care and full care boarding." This is not to suggest fewer privately owned horses, but rather better management of the space available to minimize the area dedicated to private use. And I highlight that because that is in the program of utilization that was submitted to National Park Service for review. The National Park Service responded to that 2013 program of utilization in January of 2017 with overall concurrence, with one specific exception, and stating that private long-term boarding of horses is not a public recreational use of the site. And it goes on to state that boarding of horses be structured such that it's a public use, not one that establishes a long-term right of exclusive occupancy. With that information from the National Park Service, and in order to implement the program of utilization, City Council directed staff to prepare a request for proposals in 2017 with the purposes to identify a concessionaire to operate an equestrian facility at the Marina Equestrian Center Park consistent with the program of utilization, and direction from National Park Service while providing and managing new public outdoor recreation opportunities. That's the direction that staff took from that resolution of the City Council, and staff worked with management partners, organization with managers that have experience in preparing selection processes and qualifications-based selection. And so that was prepared along with staff input, and that process was communicated to potential concessionaires in a request for proposals. The request for proposals communicated the scope of services sought, the selection process, and the evaluation criteria for selection, so that all of the potential proposals would be working off the same understanding. For that request for proposals required under the scope of programs in the RFP, activities must align with and foster the aforementioned city goals and National Park Service requirements. One of those specifically being that private boarding of horses shall be limited to 20% of available horse boarding space, with time limits not to exceed 4 months. Staff issued the request for proposals in October of 2020. Management partners, as part of their service, conducted extensive outreach to 17 organizations with the potential of providing equestrian services. They also advertised the request for proposals with 3 equestrian and recreation associations for outreach to their members. So a pretty broad outreach to solicit interest in the request for proposals. So the city received in January of this year 3 proposals from 3 separate organizations. Those organizations were Chaparral County Corporation Incorporated, the Marina Equestrian Association, and the Fort Ord Equine Foundation, which I would say it is a really good response to this request for proposals. Going into this, getting 3 proposals is a really good response. The staff, along with management partners, evaluated the proposals as submitted, and they were initially reviewed by management partners to determine completeness and sufficiency, was sufficient amount of information provided to conduct an evaluation. Staff reviewed the proposals and rated them based upon evaluation criteria stated in the request for proposals. The staff then went on to conduct an interview with each proposing team and ask clarifying questions, and those each team was allowed to make a presentation on that interview day. So based on the proposals and the interview presentations and question and answer at the interviews, the evaluation team evaluated the proposals based on the criteria in the RFP, and that was being 4 criteria, one being the proposer's background and experience in equestrian and recreation programs, similar to what the city is seeking. Second is rent to the city. Is that going to generate some revenue that the city can turn back into upkeep of the equestrian center and continued providing of those public recreation programs and facilities? The third is the proposer's concept plan and service and maintenance program. We did have a general scope that we asked the proposers to propose on, but we also left a considerable amount of that open to their vision for how they would provide services to the public, equestrian services, because this is a qualifications-based selection. We're looking for their professional input on this. We're seeking these proposals because we want the people with experience bringing the ideas forward as well. And the service and maintenance program, looking to make this a sustainable concessionaire and program at the equestrian center. Fourth one is the proposer's cash flow analysis and pro forma. Wanted to see how they saw the expenses and revenues working to make that a sustainable program here in the city of Marina. And each of those criteria were weighted for the percentages next to each of them. So based on that evaluation criteria, and part of the staff report is an attachment, a summary of the selection process, but on the screen here are the ratings for each of the criteria for each of the proposers by all 3 evaluators. And then based on that, the proposing firms were ranked according to the scores. Based on those scores, the Chaparral County Corporation was the highest ranked. The Marina Equestrian Association was the 2nd highest ranked, and the Fort Ord Equine Foundation was the 3rd ranked proposing firms. So that all brings us here tonight, and recommendation coming before council based upon the requirements of the deed through the Federal Lands to Parks Program, the 2013 Program of Utilization in correspondence with National Park Service. Staff rated and ranked 3 proposals received in response to the request for proposals in accordance with the evaluation criteria stated in the RFP, and selected Chaparral County Corporation Incorporated as the most qualified organization to successfully provide equestrian recreation programs to the public under a concessionaire agreement with the city. And with that, we can open it up to some clarifying questions from council, but we also have Sean Mott and Susan Pennell from the Chaparral County Corporation that are here to make presentations as well. So let me stop share. And I see the hand up for the mayor. Not sure if he's having technical
Thank you, Brian.
difficulties.
Thank you, Brian. And and Lane for your opening presentations. Trying to go through the documents, the history of the documentation regarding this property, because tonight a big question is going to be the confusion around whether private long-term boarding is compliant or not. And so my first question is, when I look at Exhibit B, which is the quitclaim deed, my question is, does it go into long-term boarding? Because I think it does not, but I just want to start from scratch and make sure that everyone knows that. So does the quitclaim deed deal with long-term boarding or not?
And Mary, I think David Siegenthaler is probably best to answer that question.
Be glad to address that. The deed doesn't specifically address long-term boarding. What the deed does mention is that the area is to be used, it's conveyed for public park and recreation area use. That if it's not, and if it's not used for that, that it can revert to federal ownership at the government. It also refers to an approved program of utilization, which can be amended with both parties as basically the guiding document that would define what the public use is that was intended with the conveyance. But essentially, the deed points to as the purpose of the conveyance, public park and public recreation area use.
Okay, thank you. And then in 1994, there was a letter to the Federal Lands to Parks program from the city asking that the Marina Equestrian Center, a nonprofit, operate the stables for public benefit, essentially. Is that correct? I'm looking at page 40 of the packet, Exhibit B, a 1994 letter from city to Pete Sly.
Hold on just a moment. Doing that. As I understand it, I think that the Marina Equestrian Association was one of the original advocates for including the equestrian center in the conveyance.
Correct. So I'm just pointing out this letter, asking the question, is it true that in 1994, the city sent a letter on behalf of the Marina Equestrian Association to include the horse stables as part of our application to take on some of this federal parks program land?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, that was, that there was a letter, referenced the Marina Equestrian Association, and this was to add the equestrian center to an application that the city already had in for conveyance, and then a resolution was attached to that authorizing the public conveyance of the Fort Ord stables.
Okay, and is it true that that letter of 1994 says the city has been approached by the Marina Equestrian Association, a nonprofit, regarding a need to operate the stables for community benefit?
That's what it says,
Yes.
verbatim.
Okay, so then is it true that to begin with, back in the day when this all began, the Marina Equestrian Association was in the mix to operate the stables basically as they started operating them for many years?
Well, it says to operate the stables for community benefit.
Right, okay. Now, is it true that they basically operated the stables the same way they had been operated in the final Army years? That is, that it included long-term private boarding? Before 1994 and after 1994, is it true there was really essentially no change in use as far as long-term private boarding being the essence of this land?
I don't think I
Let
can
me
speak to how the program was.
perspective.
Yeah, that was. And you're speaking when the land was in Army ownership, before it became city property.
And after the city took over and MEA took over. My question is it true that long-term private boarding was essentially the essence of the management of this property prior to us taking over and after we took over? Or was some other use of that land the essence, the majority of the use of that land?
David, did you want to answer that? My assumption is as I understand the history, that yes, it was used as private boarding by the military, and that was the request from the city council in that transfer, as the letter said. But as far as the National Park Service from that point, what they approved, I think that is a question for David Siegenthaler.
Yeah, and that's not my question now. My question is just confirming, so we're all on the same page, what these historical documents have said since the very beginning. So next I want to go to Exhibit C, page 50, I'm sorry, page 61 of our packet. Exhibit C, page 61, under the title Concept Plan. Now, this is a resolution in 2017 by the City of Marina City Council. And the resolution includes a proposed program of utilization, and in that, a concept plan. And I have a question about page 61, as soon as we're all on the same page. Page 61, Exhibit C, concept plan. So my question is, the second paragraph under the title concept plan says, is it true that it says the equestrian facilities on site will be available for XYZ, some private long-term boarding, and WQ? But is it true that long-term boarding on this document is one of the allowed uses, according to the document?
That was the request from the council
In 2017.
in 2017.
13, I believe.
I'm looking at resolution 2017-28.
17, no, excuse me, yeah.
That was the request from the council, and then the National Park Service had a little caveat in the response to that.
Right.
Okay.
The program of utilization was submitted to the National Park Service in 2013.
I'm only speaking to a 2017 document that's Exhibit C in our staff report tonight.
Right, which was submitted to the National Parks, submitted to the council in 2013.
Great. So
Right.
4 years after we submitted it, we put a resolution out in 2017. So is it true then, from the documents we've just reviewed in the last 10 minutes, prior to 1994 through 2017, the Marina City Council was talking about private long-term boarding being part of the program of utilization, or the essence of the use of this property? Is that a true statement or is that a false statement?
I think it depends on how you interpret long-term boarding.
Well,
Exactly. I agree with that. I agree that there are different definitions, but my question is, does it appear that from pre-1994 until 2017, these documents that are in our staff report tonight allow private long-term boarding of some sort? Definition to be determined.
The 2013 program of utilization does have that language, which was subsequently conditioned by the National Park Service approval of the POU in 2017.
Right. So you're getting a little ahead of where we are. I'm still in 2017 Exhibit C. And so my next question is,
The 2017 Exhibit C, Mr. Mayor, post dates the NPS approval of the POU, which took
Okay.
place, yeah.
so
January.
it sounds like I'm a little confused, and there's a document before 2017 that may throw some cold water on the idea of private long-term boarding. Is there such a document pre-2017?
pre-2017.
Well, I thought you just told me that pre-2017, there was some complication.
Yes, the ad hoc committee, council subcommittee had correspondence with David Siegenthaler, and he clarified in that communication what long-term boarding was.
Great. Do we have that document in our staff report tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
And what exhibit is it?
Exhibit E,
Okay, and
page
can you,
96.
page 96. Can you
Yes.
please tell us, what page 96 says regarding private boarding, long-term boarding?
Well, if you go to the third paragraph, first sentence, private long-term boarding of horses is not a public recreational use of the site.
Does it say that therefore it is not allowed? Or does it just
well,
state that
no,
that's
it
one
go-
use that's not a public use?
It's clarifies this as the circumstances require that boarding of horses be structured such that it is a public use, not one that establishes a long-term right of exclusive occupancy. This requires a fair allocation system for boarding opportunities such as wait lists, rotations, and award of limited duration, even if longer than short-term, boarding contracts with no guarantee of renewal that allow broad public use.
Okay, so is it true that it allows for longer than short term in the theoretical possibility of compliance?
I'll have David answer that one.
Yeah, pardon me, I'm having a little bit of spotty reception on my end. From our perspective, any public use needs to be justified on the basis that it is a public recreational use. So the need for that would need to be established. The mechanism for making it a fair opportunity for the general public to participate in the services of the site. All of that would have to be made a case for based on essentially that the park users are visitors to the park, not anyone who has established a right of individual use or individual occupancy.
Okay, so David, I'm referring to your email of 2017, which is our Exhibit E, page 96. And I want to ask you what you meant by this requires a fair allocation system, even if longer than short-term boarding. Does that make it sound like longer than short-term boarding is in the theoretical realm of compliance?
Well, long-term and short-term boarding, I think, are really fuzzy concepts, and I think that whatever term of boarding is decided upon by the city as the duration or the maximum duration that's allowed would need to be based upon a public park and recreation area use that is equitable and available to the general public.
Okay, so would it be equitable if everyone in the state of California could apply for a 4-month boarding opportunity or a 5-month boarding opportunity or some other length of boarding opportunity? Would that be equitable?
I think it would need to be tied to a public recreational need.
Well, I thought that David Siegenthaler just said it needs to be equitable. And he says it in writing.
It does need to be
system.
equitable and primarily recreational, public recreational, I believe. I won't speak for Mr. Siegenthaler, but that's my understanding.
Yeah,
Okay.
public recreational and that the general public has an opportunity to participate in that. So,
Great, thank you.
I think a long-term exclusive boarding, just on the face of it, it's not public recreational use because people have established or would establish under those kinds of conditions a sense of right to board there that would exclude others from an opportunity to board at the site and to use the recreational opportunities that are made possible by being at the site.
So if you did have a fair allocation system, such as waiting list rotations and an award of limited duration, even if longer than short-term boarding contracts with no guarantee of renewal, would that be what you just said? Would that be compliant with the circumstances or requirements that you just mentioned, David?
Yeah, the city is going to have to work out the details of the terms that it's going to specify in the
Okay,
concession contract and how the leases operate. A term, I think that's what's needed, that the justification needs to be based on public recreational use, not establishing long-term boarding. And I think just from a horse owner's perspective, what you want for a horse in the long term is a stable place, a place that is can be relied upon in the long term to keep their horse. And a public park is not an appropriate place for that. If there are, I think a duration that the city set, whatever the maximum duration is, needs to be based on some assessment of what the public recreational need would be, and what the public recreational use would be.
right. I get you. I get the gray area. My last question in this regard, it'll be my last question for now to let other council members go with this. Which is the first written document that states long-term private boarding is not allowed, or something very close to that effect?
I'm not positive what was the first document.
Arguably, given the definitions, probably the quitclaim deed.
No, the quitclaim, we already went over the quitclaim deed. It did not mention the words private boarding or long-term or anything like that.
But it did require public recreation, which as we've talked, long-term private boarding is not.
My question was, which is the first document that states long-term private boarding is not compliant or not allowed or prohibited or something to that effect?
Well, I think maybe what Bob was trying to make the connection was in that exhibit E, page 96, that sentence says private long-term boarding of horses is not a public recreational use of the site. And the quitclaim deed requires public recreational use of the site.
Yes, and the reason that's not helpful, isn't it true that 2 sentences down below, it says there needs to be a fair allocation system, even if longer than short-term boarding. I think a reasonable person may say that that means that long-term boarding is within the realm of compliance. Is that not true?
Well, I don't know about the reasonable person, but I know since I've been here since 2013 and having my discussions with Mr. Siegenthaler, he has repeatedly said long-term boarding is a private use and not is allowed on the site. And I'm sure that there are conversations prior to 2013. I just don't know where that documentation is, if that was emails, if that was letters. I don't know.
Well, given that we have a staff report that probably is fairly complete, and given that the city council approved 5-0, long-term private boarding is one of the uses that shall remain. I think we need to see a document that says something to the contrary before we resolve that long-term private boarding is completely, absolutely out of the question. Wouldn't that be a reasonable assumption? So look for the written document.
I think that document is there.
And you mentioned the quitclaim deed, which doesn't mention these terms, but isn't an email that specifies that long-term boarding is possible. It is something longer than short-term. Doesn't that give us some detail? Okay, enough said. I hate to belabor that, but it's an extremely important point and it will be all night long. Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of, there we go. In the interest of disclosure, I traveled at my own expense and without invitation to the Woodside location for Chaparral Corporation and then continued on yesterday to the San Francisco Golden Gate facility operated by Chaparral, at which time I met the owner, Susan Pinnell. So I just wanted to get that out there. I want to emphasize, it seems like someone is going to great lengths to belabor this point that long-term boarding is somehow in the consistent with public use. But the reason the park was conveyed, the Park Savers vision is for this to be a public use. Private boarding is inconsistent with public use. And to the extent that private boarding becomes long-term and non-revocable or granted, it becomes lesser and lesser of a public use. So I just want to take, go to the same pains that was used to exercise this argument to say that once again, long-term boarding is inconsistent with public use. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, and it's a tricky situation, but try to form your comments in the form of question, because we are in the question period. And we always run into this silliness, but that's our rules. Let's go to Councilmember Berkeley next.
Sure, although I think, hold on, did Mr. Siegenthaler, did you, or Dr. Siegenthaler, did you?
You have the floor, Lisa. Go ahead, please.
I understand, but perhaps you had information you wanted to share.
We'll get to other commenters next.
Well, we're questioners, not commenters, but okay. So I wonder if you are familiar with the Federal Property Administrative Services Document of 1949 or the Federal Lands for Parks and Recreation Acts, Mr. Mayor or other members of the council.
I'm familiar with it. Go ahead, Lisa.
So I'm wondering if some further history can be shared about the meaning of public property. And perhaps that maybe can go to Mr. or Dr. Siegenthaler. I don't know what you prefer, Mr. or Doctor, so I'll defer to your doctor. Can you share with us more about the intention really of Parks Land?
Yeah, is now an acceptable time to do that?
That would be great. I mean, I have other questions, but let's start with there. Thank you.
Well, the Federal Lands for Parks program was established by the Federal Lands for Park and Recreation Act, and part of the impetus behind that act was a realization that there was a very high demand and a high need for public open space areas, but it was being lost, very extensively lost to private development and commercial operations. And the Land and Water Conservation Fund program, which is another federal funding assistance program designed to help state and local governments meet public open space acquisition and preservation needs, was really not sufficient to the task. So the Federal Lands for Parks and Recreation Act went back to the surplus property program, which had already been established as a means of disposing of surplus, particularly surplus military property after the war, after the World War I and World War II. Went back to that and said that if we have this land that has been designated as surplus to federal purposes, why don't we use that land in a 100% discounted public benefit conveyance to state and local governments to help the general public and give them more access to an enlarged public recreation estate. So the whole idea is that the general public will have greater access to these open space areas that were conveyed by this program. And the program, as was mentioned before, conveys the land free of charge. So in a lot of ways, this is a federal government subsidy that is intended to meet a general public recreation need. And So it really is not intended to convey a benefit to private individuals for long-term use of these public lands. These are public lands and should be available to the general public.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that and be sure we're all really clear on the intention of this. And again, you know, I think I should also, I forgot to mention for clarity's sake and transparency, I also have visited the proposed concessionaire Chaparral's properties in Woodside and also San Francisco, and did have a conversation with one of the owners. So I want to be clear on that. Also, though, for transparency's sake, too, I want to talk a little bit about my own background. Having been a horseback rider from probably the age of 6 or 7 up until when I worked with members of the Italian Olympic equestrian team, everything from training horses and mucking stalls and building paddocks. I have quite a lot of experience working with horses, so I do want to have that just put out there for transparency's sake. And I'd also like to go a little bit down a different road here when we're talking about the long-term boarding. And again, I want to go just ask for transparency of our council. And I'm curious if there are a number of very strong advocates for some of the proposed concessionaires. And I'd like to have transparency if we could please hear how much financial contribution or donations have been made to any of our council, because it's been brought to my attention that there has been a lot of political financial support. So Mr. Mayor, if you could start, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. All of my contributions are public, on the public record, and always have been.
Right. Could you tell us how much you've received?
It's not necessary. If you want that information, it's on the city's website. I don't want to leave anybody out or state any wrong dollars, but everything is completely above board, publicly available information, as you know, and it always will be. Thanks to our great city clerk who posts that online 24/7. You can always look it up.
Okay. And our newest council members, Mayor Pro Tem Biella or Councilmember Medina Dirksen, have you received any kind of financial support from any members of the MEA or any of the advocates for MEA and or Chaparral or the Fort Ord Equine Association?
I can go first. I've not received any donations in the name of Marina Equestrian Association. That would be against the rules that we were held to as far as campaign finance. And as far as I know, no one gave me any funds noting their relationship to the MEA. As far as I know, to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you.
Oh, I will have some disclosures to come. A horseback riding lessons, Mr.
Let's go question by question. Christina Medina Dirksen, Lisa Berkeley has the floor, aside from answering your question.
Thank you. This is just curious. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
First, I want to say that we are not in a process right now of asking for disclosures from individual council people. We're on questions, I think, related to the staff report. But I also challenge anyone to look at the public records. No one in a group setting, a group donor has been contributed to my campaign except for Public Water Now, and that was a mistake. So other than that, there have been no groups. I want to also remind everyone that our city attorney weighed in on donations from individuals to political campaigns, as I think he called it part of the amendment, the First Amendment rights. So I think that that's important to apply also to this situation.
Okay, that's fine.
That's correct. It doesn't disqualify.
Right.
I have not received, and I am not in association with anyone who would contribute to a political campaign. Thank you.
Myself either. So I was just asking because it has been brought. I've received a number of questions from people in letters to ask all of us to be transparent. So moving forward. And that the next question or the correlation to that was about the issue that we're going down about permanent boarding and long-term boarding, because there have been some questions about the.
Councilmember Berkeley, this is the time for questions if you have some.
I'm there on that. I think that I'm going to stop with my questions on this for right now, and I will reserve the right to come back with further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Christina Medina Dirks. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much. I wanted to give a disclosure that I ran through the city manager months ago. My daughter was taking lessons, and for a short time, I took a few lessons that I paid for to the Marina question to Lindsay Berry. She was a contractor there or offering lessons. So I just want to disclose that. And I too have talked to members of the MEA, and in the past, I'm acquaintance with Karen Hassan, but I had not gone out of my way to speak with anybody. I just wanted to make that clear. I do have a question. It's very nice to see your face, Mr. Siegenthaler. I've heard a lot about you, and I've been spending the last week and a half reading as closely as I could. One thing that stands out to me is the definition of long-term. Also, Exhibit E had been brought to my attention in the packet as it related to the council action of what is it right here? 2017. Yes, your letter. Exhibit 11C is important because it has that letter attached to it. So when I'm looking at this, I'd like an objective term as to what long-term means. That's my first question. And the second question has to do with.
Excuse me, Christina, let's ask each question one at a time so that we don't have to repeat them if they're forgotten by either party.
Okay. Then the definition of long-term, maybe in custom and practice with the National Park Service.
And that's directed to me, right?
Sure is, yes.
It's all contextual, and I think that a long term in this context would be any term that extends beyond what is a fair public park and recreation use of the site. So I don't know. The city is going to have to determine, based on your assessment of need and based on a definition that how you have defined the public recreational need and the kinds of public recreational opportunities you want to provide at this park. What are the terms that are appropriate? I don't think that. I think what we have seen, and part of the reason that the phrase private long-term boarding is being thrown around so much is because we have seen very long-term boarding practices, and we have seen an attitude of exclusivity on the part of the people who have boarded long-term at that site. Now, going back to this question of when we started talking about the issue of long-term boarding and how that was a problem, I go back to the 2005 when I visited the site. 2007 when I visited the site, and we noticed that there were basically, I think there were signs. At any rate, it was very obvious to me that there were areas of that site that were not open to the general public. In fact, it was very explicitly not open to the general public. And I was concerned about public access at that time. And that progressed through various personal conversations as well as other correspondence that we had with the city. There was a 2008 letter to Mayor Anthony Altfeld that brought up the issue of private boarding and trying to bring the equestrian center into compliance with the terms of the deed, which was the requirement for public outdoor recreation use. And subsequent 2010 letter to Mayor Delgado reminding of the requirement for public use and referencing this 2008 letter. And since we have had a lot of other conversations about long-term boarding, and the issue here has been that there there has been a boarding practice. And so we call it long-term boarding practice, that because of its long duration and because of the expectation of the people who have boarded there, that they will be able to continue to board there, and that term of their existence, their presence on the site, has excluded public use of the park. That is the reason I think the long-term boarding is the phrase that's being used. I think that the definition of what is an appropriate term is up to the city to define what an appropriate term is, based on how you define the public recreational need and how you're going to provide public access that's fair and equitable and available to the general public.
Thank you. So that seems to be a term that has, as far as I understand, that's, and that goes to my second question, which was, maybe this is for staff. How was the 4-month determined as a short term? It just kind of occurred to me. I'm asking the question is how was the 4-month determined? And you put it in reference to last year's fires. Fire broke out in August and it didn't go out till October. So we had horses that were boarded there. And it just occurred to me that, a 4-month, what is that based on? And had that been in place, that would have been August, September, almost 3 months for people to board their horses if necessary in an emergency situation. So my question is, 4-month determined?
I'll jump into that. Brian, please feel free to jump in also. After talking with Mr. Siegenthaler, we are trying to get a grasp on this concept of what boarding is. Mm-hmm. And everyone has wanted to, as the conversation is today, kind of pin down in black and white, this is what boarding is. It's 6 months, it's 10 months, it's a year, it's whatever. And with our conversations with Mr. Siegenthaler, he talked about duration and availability and access to visitors and the use. And as we talked with him, we're trying to give a framework that we could at least put out there and define what we thought boarding would mean in something that would be approved by the National Park Service. Because regardless of what the city does, if it's not approved by the National Park Service, the use can't go forward. And so the staff kind of came up with that thought of saying, okay, a boarding use that would allow up to 4 months. And if it was, if it didn't have waiting list and if you didn't have a rotational thing, would that be allowed? And again, he said yes, but it would have to be in context of the whole program. And so that was an attempt by staff to kind of put some parameters on people that kept on saying, well, what exactly does boarding mean? What would be allowed? And that was something that we came up with that we thought would be allowed. Brian, do you have any more to add to that?
Yeah, definitely. And in relation to the request for proposals, it was important that we defined what type of boarding was in the scope so that all the proposers were working off of the same understanding. And so leaving it kind of open-ended, because that factors into their pro formas and how they can operate and generate sufficient revenue to sustain a program there. So we wanted to put a definition out there so that everybody was working off of the same definition.
Okay, thank you very much. I have one last question, and that's for Mr. Siegenthaler. There is much historical context here, and particularly when you're citing a site visit from 22 years ago, when you were out there. I just wonder, have you had an opportunity to see the property in any significant recent years? Or is your recollections based on what you remember seeing back in 2007?
Well, yeah, no, let's see. It's been a few years since I've seen it, so I haven't seen it real recently. Yeah, I mean, part of my recollection from before is also, documented in letters and so forth. But right, yeah, I haven't seen it in the last few years.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's introduced into the conversation because of the historical context and also understanding that there's from 22 years ago, there's many new people involved in the organizations. That's all I have. I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So along the same lines of the 4-month designation as not long-term, I just wanted to find out where was the earliest time in which the 4-month was used. I think I had seen a letter from Mr. Segenthaler about this, and then of course we put it in the RFP and some of these other documents, like in Exhibit E, for example, all have that notation. Can someone please clarify me when the earliest time that we started using 4-month yardstick?
I think, Elaine, that was on the staff side, I think, in discussions with Mr. Siegenthaler as we were putting together the RFP and discussing this, you know, what is the criteria, what would be viewed as long-term versus short-term, and what kind of crosses over into a long-term private use that's not a recreational use of the property. So
6 months ago, maybe then?
Kathy, is your question what document
Yes.
first
Where it was
documents the use? So what's the first document that documents the use of the 4-month timeframe?
So this would have been, gosh, almost what, a year ago? Almost coming up
Is the
on
document, is it the RFP, Brian, or is it some other document?
I think that's the first document that I think it was ever issued in print.
Yeah,
Is that your-
it seems like it was before that. I don't have that right in front of me. I would, Brian, were we talking about it back in 2017 when the council initially gave the direction to go out, approve the program of utilization and going out preparing the RFP? It seemed like we started having discussions around that period of time. So it would be several years ago, I think.
Would that be consistent, Lane, with the first document being the RFP that has in writing the term 4 months?
Yeah, correct. And it's been a long time in developing that document. So somewhere, I think between 2017 and a year ago.
So Kathy, does the RFP answer your question that was the first document that we have available that mentions 4 months?
No, because they're suggesting it was predated a year ago. So I cannot put my finger on it, but it seemed like there was some kind of a written document from Mr. Segenthaler about the 4-month that seemed like it would have predated the RFP. But anyway, it just to give us an idea that this may have longer roots than we are assuming. But anyway, I'll go on to the next question unless somebody else comes up with the actual information about that. So this question might be answered by any of several people. If we were to say, and just settle on 4 months, for example, I'm not a horse owner, so can somebody explain to me why somebody would legitimately want only 4 months to board a horse for specific reasons other than they really want permanent boarding, but they can't do it in a certain location unless they agree to 4 months? Is there something in which a temporary boarding situation would exist other than an emergency case, for example, that happened during the fires? What would that be?
I know you're asking the general people presenters, but nobody on this presentation is a horse owner. So,
But I think, Lisa, please allow staff, because I think that David Siegenthaler and our staff, especially Terry, know of many reasons why someone would temporarily board their horse.
Okay. And
Terry, can you take a shot at that, or Lane?
Yeah, our initial thought was it's around this concept of the public park and recreation use, that it's you compare it to a visitor coming in to use the park. And so if a visitor was coming to the area and was bringing their horse to an event, or they wanted to come down here for the summer, we said, okay, would a visitor possibly need it for a month, maybe 2 months? And that's where it kind of pushed up to 4 months. Maybe someone would come down here, bring their horses, and would be down here for the summer and would need a place to board the horses. And that was kind of also part of that rationale of coming up here for 4 months. And we felt that a year is turned into really more a long-term boarding situation. And so we're just looking at it from that aspect of somebody coming into the area, maybe looking for permanent long-term boarding, but needed a stable while they're looking for boarding. So uses like that.
Okay. Are there any other? It's pretty much for the tourists or people wanting to board their horses, maybe seasonally. Is there any other reasons why somebody would want a 4-month temporary stay? That's pretty much it.
I'm not a horse owner, but if I know that that's available to me, and I'm getting a work assignment for a couple months, and I see that, gosh, I can bring my horse and go ride the Fort Ord National Monument. This is a gateway to that recreational resource, and then I might consider bringing my horse for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then this is for Mr. Sigenthaler.
One moment, Kathy.
Yes.
Lisa, Councilman Berkeley, do you have other scenarios you'd like to add to that list?
those are the main areas. The real reason people travel with their horse is for vacation, maybe long-term summer, but also if they're on a horse circuit where there are a number of competitions. But that's usually for no more than a couple of weeks. Usually you try to keep your horse in your home barn because they're more comfortable with it and they can get better practice with it. Thank you for getting.
Thank you, Lisa. And Kathy, there may be other circumstances, like I have a boarding that starts next month. I'm in between boarding stables. I need a temporary in the interim. There's probably many circumstances, but I think we've covered the most common ones.
Okay. Did Mr. Raffy have his hand up there?
I did.
Kathy, one moment, please, Bob.
Okay.
Kathy, are you finished with your questions?
No, I had another question for Mr. Sigenthaler.
Please continue. Bob does have his hand up, but please continue.
Okay, all right. So in the point number 28 of the document that Lane sent us, it says that if the park is not operated as a public park and private long-term boarding is not eliminated, we will pursue one of 3 remedies. The first one is to seek another eligible government entity other than the City of Marina to take over ownership of the property. Could that be some entity like the county, Monterey County, for example? Is that what you're sort of inferring here? That they would seem like they would be the most logical, because who else would be interested as a public agency?
Yeah, and of course, as I think Lane may have explained in the very beginning, those kinds of compliance actions are pretty last-ditch efforts. I mean, we're trying to see this through to a good public use with the City of Marina as the operator. But yes, it would need to be another government entity that would take it, if it remains under the National Park Service jurisdiction. Basically, the only reason the National Park Service is involved in this is that it involves public park uses. If it were to go out of a public park use into something else, then that would go back to the General Services Administration for disposal. Otherwise, we're not a general disposal agency. So yes, in answer to your question, it would need to be a government entity that would take it over and operate it as a public park.
Right, but if the GSA took it over, they could sell it to a private developer. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, it would be available for all their whole menu of disposal authorities.
Okay, and if it were to revert back to the federal ownership, could that land just be sort of an open space, abandoned land, or will there be any push outside of profit if it's going to a for-profit or a private enterprise? It could that land be just abandoned open space rather than trying to sell it off or put it under another public entity? Could it stay just as it is?
That's that's probably a question more for General Services Administration than us. I think that their general thrust is to try to, if it is federal surplus property, their attempt is to try to dispose of it, get it to a new owner as quickly as possible. So it's not likely that it would remain in federal ownership and just be left as open space.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go to Councilmember Berkeley. Welcome back to the
Thank you.
questions.
Great, thank you. I'll try and be quick here. I would just, I guess this is for Mr. Siegenthaler or Dr. Siegenthaler. Is it true that it's likely that a 4-month time period would just deter exclusive private use? So maybe that's for Brian. Maybe.
Yes.
I can. Sorry, Brian, are you going to answer?
Yeah, well, I don't know what Mr. Siegenthaler answered, but it's always been in relation to the programs, but part of that criteria for the 4 months was that the stall would have to be vacated by that horse. It could not be horse couldn't just be flopped over from stall to stall, and it has to make sure that there's sufficient access of the general public to that space. So I think that was the intent of limiting that.
And is it possible that we're confusing terms? Is it possible that we're talking about long-term versus private boarding? Because we're using the term long-term, and really I think that we are. I'm wondering if what we're really referring to is private boarding, which is
I would say we're referring to private boarding because if there are horses that are used by a concessionaire actively in that program, they could potentially have horses there longer than that period, but they're there to serve a recreational use of the general public, and the general public has access to the programs that those horses are used for.
Okay, so as long as that they are there for full public access, then that would be okay. So I want to go back to take off a little bit from where Mayor Pro Tem was talking about if the property was turned over. Is it true? Is my understanding correct that when there's surplus property, like in general, it's sold at auction to the highest bidder, and that you can't control who gets that?
Yeah, there is a process that is gone through by General Services Administration to dispose of surplus property. It's first screened, for example, for homeless use, possible homeless use, and then it is considered for public benefit conveyances, and it can be any number of public benefit conveyances. Park and recreation is obviously one of them. Wildlife conservation, education, public health. There are other public benefit conveyance programs that would also be considered, and those happen first. Basically, there's some assessment of the site to see what is considered to be the highest and best use, but they try to make it available for public benefit conveyance first, and then the next round is basically sale at the private sale, so it goes up for available to whoever wants to buy it.
And if we went to that situation, we as a city would have absolutely no say in this. Is that correct?
Right, you wouldn't have any say in the ultimate disposal of the property. That's true.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's see. I'm just want to go back. Oh, I do have one more question. I'm sorry that I'm a little bit jumping back and forth here, but I'm thinking about the Salinas Rodeo. My understanding is that the rodeo grounds require that any boarders who are there leave, and that for the entire month of July, so that they're open towards any member of the public. Does anyone know if that's correct, or what the terms of long-term boarding are there?
I don't know what the terms of long-term boarding are there, but I'm also, you know, I don't know that it's also governed by the Lands to Parks program or public benefit conveyance.
Okay, it was just a question that I had written down. Okay, I think that answers those address my questions for the time being. Thank you again.
Thank you, Lisa. Bob Rathie, did you have input?
I was just going to mention two quick things, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I was going to say that, you know, the discussion we've had about the 4-month period, the 4-month period was, as you probably know from reading the RFP as well, was a not to exceed period. It's not expected that everybody who boarded their horse would be there for 4 months. It would be, I believe, intended to be a flexible period that would accommodate the temporary recreational use that was going on at the time. Might be a horse show, might be something else, of relatively limited duration, and probably most of the boarding. But of course that would be dependent. We're not there yet, but that would be dependent on the kind of activities that a concessionaire who's eventually selected would be conducting. And just thinking about the concept of long-term boarding in context of this concept we're wrestling with here, in context of private boarding, just to me is sort of a working understanding. It would be any period that is not related to or in furtherance of a public recreational use, which is of limited duration. In other words, that would be sort of a way to frame it in my mind of what long-term. I don't know that you could say what long-term is, but you could probably more easily corral it by looking at what it is not. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. David Siegenthaler, if the Marina Equestrian Center had, let's say, many more visitors per year coming for public purposes from people that don't have horses there boarding in any fashion, just general non-horse owning public, and it was a very popular park, perhaps more popular than our other parks, would you say that would be a good thing in the name of public use of the equestrian center?
If you had a lot of public visiting the park, would that be a good use?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure it would be the best fulfillment of the public purpose of the park. It would be good to have a lot of people visiting the park if you have facilities and operations that are able to support public use, and if you're providing a public recreation need that is there.
Right. Now, if 1,000 people came on a Saturday who did not own horses, would you assume that they had somewhat of a recreational need to satisfy for the reason that they went there? Let's say it was a petting zoo, or feed the horses, or look at the horses, or jump on a bike. If you had 1,000 people coming to the equestrian center in a single day who did not own horses or board horses, would you say that they were probably satisfying their public need for recreation?
I would say you're probably providing a public recreation opportunity that's attracting them to the park. And it might be any of those things you mentioned. It might be trail rides, which any concession operator that you choose ought to be there to fulfill the public recreation purpose. So I assume there would be a concession operator, or at least there would be, recreation opportunities there that the city is providing that would attract those people, if they're coming.
All right. And if you were a city like Marina, kind of small size, 22,000 people, and you had many parks, might you think a good metric to compare how well we're doing with our public parks, that one metric of many metrics, but one metric would be how many people go there for a public purpose, a public recreational desire? You think that the number of people visiting a park would be one good metric to compare the public usability across your parks?
It would be a worthwhile metric to use to compare what's happening with your parks. It wouldn't be a sufficient metric to gauge whether you're fulfilling your program of utilization at that particular park.
Right. Okay. So if one park got 1,000 people a year, another park got 10,000 people a year, would that be one metric that you might say, we're doing something right over here because it's getting 10 times as many people using it for public purposes as our other public parks?
Yeah, it might be an indicator of that. I'd have to know the context. Sure, it might be an indicator that something is going right there. If you've got the visitation that you hope for that park.
A lot of other things to consider, but I just want to point out, maybe that's one metric. Moving on to labor costs of the three proposals. Can someone put up on the screen the Chaparral proposal and show us the labor costs and the net income and net expenses?
Brian, do you have that handy?
Have we moved on then from clarifying questions?
No, I'm trying to clarify what's in our staff report. I sent a list of questions to staff, and one of them was that labor costs involved in Appendix K, I think. So I want to clarify what those labor costs are and how they affect the bottom line of the Chaparral proposal as a clarifying question.
Give me a moment here.
I couldn't find it in the first stack of documents we got, and I haven't had time to look in the subsequent stack of documents we got. And that's why I asked that question, and staff responded that it's there, but it's in the new stack of documents, which I haven't seen. So I'm asking to see those.
No, just a second. H. Okay.
Would it be better to do this after we've heard the proposal from Chaparral, Mr. Mayor?
Let's see.
I'm ready to share here.
Never received Chaparral's PowerPoint presentation.
Now, when I saw that profit and loss year one, I did not see labor included. That is the purpose of my question.
Payroll and workers' comp taxes under here.
Okay, so it's a little hard to see, but it's 45,000 for year one for labor costs. Is that correct?
Monthly average.
Monthly average of 45,000, so it's $540,000 a year in labor costs.
Yes.
Okay, and that money would be coming from the net revenues, correct?
From the income, yes.
And if the income was over projected, would it result in just having less staff, or would there be other results? And that might be a question for the proponent.
Yeah, as I was going to suggest is probably Chaparral is probably better to answer that question.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to see this there. And Lane, is it your anticipation that each of the 4 presenters are going to get about 10 minutes for the proposal? Or is that not part of your plan for tonight?
No, what was recommended is we're recommending Chaparral, and Chaparral would be making a presentation. We've not contacted the other lower rated ones and had them request they make a presentation. But if they want to speak in public comment, they certainly are able to. I think that's your discretion as council.
Okay, and would it be possible to have another meeting where the other 2 bidders could make a presentation so that the council could hear from all 3 of them?
That certainly is in council's discretion.
And is it true? Yes, what's your point of order, Lisa?
Yeah, if we're going to start changing what's on the agenda, should we not take a vote on that?
We're not changing. No, your point of order is not well taken. The city manager just clarified that the agenda is not going to change tonight. We're going to hear from 1 presenter only tonight. No change.
But point of order is also we're being asked on the agenda to vote on whether or not to have Chaparral and have direct city to potentially negotiate with them. So it seems then you're asking to change the order of tonight or change the focus.
No, your point of order is not well taken. I was asking.
Sorry, my point of order is well taken.
Order is not taken. Councilmember,
you don't get to, I'm sorry, per the city attorney, you don't get to decide whether or not.
Berkeley, please discontinue your speaking. You don't have the floor. I ruled on your point of order.
No, you don't, but you don't get to rule on that. That's not per Brown Act. Sorry.
Okay, I had to mute you, Councilmember Berkeley, because you are out of order. To get some order here.
That's
so I asked a clarifying question, and my clarifying question was answered. That yes, on a future meeting, we could hear presentations from other presenters. That was it.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to also make a point of order then.
What's your point of order?
The point of order is that you are asking the city to defer or to change its normal procedure.
No, your point of order is not well taken.
You're changing how an RFP
your point of order is not well taken, David. Please cease your speaking. You do not have the floor. Your point of order was raised and it was ruled upon. I was not asking for a deference or a change in the agenda. I was only asking a clarification.
I didn't say agenda. I said you're changing.
Your point of order is not well taken. I'm not asking for a deferral. I'm sorry. I'm unmuting you now. Your point of order is not well taken. Councilmember or City Attorney Bob Rathie, can you provide input here on whether
I can? The presiding officer shall determine. Yes, I can. The council rules and procedures provide that the presiding officer shall determine all points of order subject to the right of any council person to appeal to the council. The presiding officer may consult with the city manager or the city attorney in connection with determining a point of order or refer the question involved to either one for determination.
And that's what I'm doing now, Bob. Can you provide input on these points of order?
Let me just be clear on what your position on the point of order, Mr. Mayor, is that you're not changing the order of the agenda.
Nor am I asking for a deference in our expected process.
Right. In the presentation this evening, which as I understand it this evening, the presentation was to be in the order of a staff report. There was to be then clarifying questions, which I believe we're still involved with. At that point, the Chaparral proposer was going to make a presentation. And then at that point, public comment would be entertained. And that I believe is the order that was, and the city manager can either correct me or confirm that that is the order this evening.
No, you get that. That's correct. And as I understand, the mayor's question was, after that, as part of the council discussion, and that was certainly on the agenda, is for the direction from the council. And if the council were to make a motion and give us further direction that they wanted to continue it and have other proposals, that is certainly direction that the council could give at that point.
Right, and that would be in context of after the public comment. And in this case, because we've gone back and forth on whether public comment should become before or after the motion. In this case, for this special meeting, the order of business was to have the public comment and then to have council discussion and a motion, if appropriate. So if that's the order, that we're prepared to go in, then I think that's the way we should proceed, and we're not changing that order.
Thank you. Now to proceed with clarifying questions, there's a $850,000 investment that the city is considering allocating to the equestrian center, largely for physical improvements. Does that number change depending on which of the three applicants are chosen?
Council.
Well, if I understand the question right, that number is what was allocated in the capital improvement program for investment at the equestrian center. It's not related to the proposals.
Okay. Thank you. And the $850,000, if we end up spending it on the equestrian center, how involved would the city be in spending that money, deciding how it was spent, and hiring contractors to do the work? Is it primarily the city's role, or would it primarily be the selected concessionaire's role?
So the way we envisioned it going forward is once the concessionaire is selected, they have their, their proposed programs and infrastructure needed to support those programs. It was one of the parks concept plan was, put on hold for the time being while we were issuing the request for proposals so that we could get input from a concessionaire before we finalize what the park facilities are going to be going forward.
So then you anticipate that the city staff, such as yourself and others, along with consultants perhaps, would be fairly well involved in selecting how the money is, choosing how the money is spent, and overseeing, letting the contracts and contract management, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
absolutely.
None of that. I think once we had that program, once we get a concessionaire agreement put together, that comes back to the council, and part of that is the whole envision of that. So yeah, there absolutely would not be carte blanche of we're going to give you $850,000 and you spend it how you see fit. I think that is part of the whole program that comes back to council for approval.
Okay. In your answer to one of my questions that I emailed you, you said two of the bidders, the Equestrian Center and the Equine Foundation, that their success would be reliant upon the continued use of private boarding longer than 4 months. Can you explain why one of the three bidders' success would not be dependent on long-term private boarding as defined by longer than 4 months, but the other two would, the success of the other two would be reliant on that continuance?
I'll have Brian answer that.
I said that's why we asked for pro formas and the cash flows, so that would be apparent in the evaluation. That the one concessionaire that wasn't dependent on long-term boarding, they have other programs that operate in other locations across the state, and they've been successful without revenue from boarding. So,
and in the proposals, Brian, from the other two that perhaps you're saying are dependent on long-term private boarding for them to succeed, is it true that, for example, the Marina Equestrian Center, they have many uses that don't include private boarding in their request for proposal response?
Yeah, I think they all have many uses.
Okay, so then explain to me why the Marina Equestrian Center, for example, why their success would be dependent on one use, private long-term boarding, that's not allowed.
Because they're generating the revenue from the boarding. So it's just.
Yeah, as we went through their proposal and in the interview, and we questioned them about the revenue that was coming in, the significant part was coming in from private boarding. And that was how they were able to continue operating.
Was that private long-term boarding, or was that boarding?
That was long-term boarding.
Can we see their response in that regard, their pro forma or their financials? Because I recall differently that the three proposals look similar. They all offer trail rides, bring in money. They all offer various activities that brought in money. But if I'm wrong, I want to clarify with my question now. Can we bring up the Marina Equestrian Association's proposals, finances?
Yeah, Brian can do that. And part of it, that was things we discussed in the interview process as we went through there. We asked clarifying questions on those issues.
And that's why it might be good at a future date to hear presentations, to hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
While we're waiting for this, can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm a little concerned and so about how we are separating the chaparral from the other two. And so my question is two parts. One, based on what the city agenda states and what we're required to do here, it's really just focused on the chaparral. And so my question for the city, both the city attorney and for the city manager is it normal when we have had an RFP and there have been a number of applicants to get into a conversations of the ones that are not recommended? That's my first question.
Let's take it one question at a time. Go ahead, Lane or Brian.
So I'll point to that Brian a little bit because he really oversees our typical RFP and bid process. I think typically it's the highest rated bid. It comes to the council, and that's typically what is discussed. Do you have any more to add to that, Brian?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to look through this and get to the right stuff in here, but no, typically it is the recommendation that of the highest ranked firm that comes out of the request for proposal and is an evaluation process. And that's the process that's outlined in the RFP, and the proposers understand that that is the process for selection.
And would you say that we are going down a rabbit hole regarding getting caught up in this long-term boarding procedure? Because it seems that since the beginning, really, this property was never meant for longer term or for private boarding. Are we going down a rabbit hole here?
I won't use the term rabbit hole, but I guess my concern is that we're picking and choosing details out of proposals as opposed to taking them in the whole and in the context and in evaluation in relation to the other proposals that were received. So this could go on for quite a while.
So can I ask you one more question, especially since you have been acknowledged by the state, if I understood how we started this meeting, with your expertise in working through RFP processes. Is it appropriate for us to be having the one that we're choosing then today and then to go back and have the other two presenting information when we're trying to make a decision based on city recommendation?
Well, I would say it's outside of the process that was outlined in the request for proposals. And as proposers, I can't speak for them. I'm not sure how they would feel about that, but they made their proposal to be responsive to the request for proposals.
Okay, and then along these same lines, I have a question for the city attorney. Are we not opening ourselves up potential suit because now we're really going off track of the proper RFP process?
No, I don't believe we're opening ourselves up to a suit at this point. The RFP process is a little different than, say, a competitive bidding process. I was just going to mention, Brian, as you're looking in the MEA's proposal, I might commend you to page 172 and then subsequently to 195. Might be there's an income statement there that has an entry for boarding income. And
Is
also
this on
Exhibit I.
Page 172, Exhibit I. Income statement. 2019 and 2020.
No, and I just want to make sure that that is not the income statement for actual receipts.
Okay,
And I would like to clarify that income
Because
statement.
that's the evidence of financial stability. That's not their pro forma per se.
oh, okay, sorry.
So can you take us to their pro forma, Brian? While you're trying to do more than one thing at a time, I understand.
Okay.
And just to get back to Councilmember Berkeley's question just a minute ago, I think all three of the proposals, as council requested, were put into the agenda packet this evening. And that's why I think it is appropriate. All that information is before you all. What was it, 495 pages or something like that? So I think questions are appropriate in that context.
So can you clarify them? And this is not, I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm really trying to
Mhm.
understand here. So what our recommendations are, and I'm just going to read through them. Consider adopting this resolution, receiving a presentation on the Marina Equestrian Center Park. Okay. So we've done that. Approve Chaparral County Corporation Incorporated of Woodside, California as the most qualified respondent to the request for proposals to provide recreational facilities and programs to the public at the Marina Equestrian Center Park. Okay, well, we haven't approved them yet because we haven't actually even heard a presentation from them, but clearly staff is recommending them, so okay. And then third, direct staff to negotiate the terms of a concession agreement with Chaparral County Corporation Inc. of Woods. So that's what we're being asked to do. And then directing staff to obtain the National Park Service's concurrence with the terms of the concession agreement. Okay. And then directing staff to return to City Council with the concession agreement for approval. So I'm a bit confused because that's what was presented to the public is what we're going to be doing today. And now we're kind of going down a whole other road. And
Well, I think, in my opinion, what you're doing is testing that phrase as the most qualified respondent.
okay.
So I do have something up on the screen, and if you could remind me, was the question about income from boarding under the
Yes.
MEA proposal?
Yes,
Okay,
for
so-
example, how does the MEA, I'm sorry, Brian, go ahead. Sounds like
No,
you're.
so for their final projection for the RFP, page 271 of Exhibit I, here's their boarding income projections for their pro forma.
And so can you kind of handhold us through the income from private long-term boarding?
Well, it's increasing, as the years go by. It's starting out at 686,000 in years 1 through 5 and growing to 4.1 million in years. I guess it's cumulative. Looks like
And is that private long-term boarding, or might it be?
It says pre-existing, including star riders.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, but let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. And thanks again, Brian.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to listen to the public. We have a record 69 people here, but I do have a question for Robert Rathie, and this is clarification here. When the council does receive a request for proposals, and I can show you the example of the hotels, we had an opportunity for everyone to weigh in. Was this just the discretion of the staff not to present all three to us? Also, when I think about bids that we get, for example, our streets, we're able to read through some of them. And this is would you not agree, kind of an extraordinary circumstance here in that we've never had a request for proposal. Well, we have had one in my experience, and I don't see that worked out very well. But my point is, can you do some clarification, Mr. Rathie, as to the request for proposals, if this is customary, and is this a function of transparency And I just want everybody to make sure they understand that the council didn't saw these proposals at the same time that the public did. Can you answer those questions, please?
The hotel was not done under an RFP process. So there was no RFP for the hotel.
But they're, okay,
And in an RFP process, it is normally the best proposer that is selected. And then that is brought forward. And if council doesn't agree, they need not enter an agreement with that proposer. And the situation for public bids, I believe you mentioned, that's totally different. And the standards are contained in the Public Contracts Code, and they're much more rigid than this type of.
okay. Would you agree that
process.
this is a unique situation?
I know. I have to laugh at all the questions that are presented with, would you agree, or is it not true? I believe those are called leading questions in law school. What was the question again? I'm sorry, Christina.
I would just like to know, is this, in your recollection, have we done an RFP before that's been public like this?
Yes, I'm sure we have. We've done them, I believe, normally we do them in context with contractors.
Okay, so then second question.
We judge them on their professional standards, not on they're not held under the Public Contract Code.
If you can just make a clarification, then is it within our rights to be as transparent as possible and listen to all three, since we've only going to receive, well, how do I say this? We received a recommendation, but it's within our rights to explore all options.
I think that's within the council's rights, of course. Yeah, I definitely would not say you're hidebound to one particular process here. Yeah, and transparency is very important.
Transparency is important. You would agree to that, correct?
I would agree to that.
Okay, I just
And,
wanted
I agree to that.
some context. Thank you.
Certainly.
Christine, I'd like to add an answer, part to the answer that you're seeking. We've had multiple occasions where we've had development projects with multiple bidders, RFP respondents. And we've enabled each of those respondents to make their pitch to council prior to selecting the selected RFP bidder. For example, Armstrong Ranch, Marina Heights back in the day, and the dunes at Monterey Bay. Back then it was called University Villages.
Thank you. I just was seeking clarification if we are doing anything out of the ordinary.
So it would not be out of our precedent to hear presentations from multiple RFP respondents.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I can't wait to hear from the public. Thank you.
Councilmember Burnett, and then Mayor Pro Tem Biella.
You're muted, David.
Speaking of precedent and outside of our normal procedures, it is customary for the Marina City Council upon deciding or receiving respondents to an RFP to defer to staff to do their due diligence of qualifying and ranking the respondents, and then returning to council their best judgment as to those respondents. So I'm just curious as to why the mayor has decided to abandon staff's recommendations on this point. Has he lost confidence in their ability to rank, or has there been some irregularity detected? So my question is, and this is probably for the city attorney.
Councilmember Burnett, you just asked me a question. Would you like me to answer that question?
That was a rhetorical question. My question
Okay,
is
please proceed.
whether or not
Clarifying questions at this time.
yes, if you'll stop interrupting. I'm asking a question, city attorney, that we have in our staff report that has been agendized, indicated that we are recommending Chaparral Corporation, and they are prepared to give us a presentation on what their qualifications are and what their visions are for the city. in what context can then a lower ranked respondent present? I mean, we've already been presented with what is
We
the
hear your clarifying
recommendation.
questions, David Burnett.
I'm
Please let staff answer that
qualifying,
question.
I'm making sure that I'm clear as to my question to the city attorney, if you will stop interrupting.
I only interrupt you, David, to
I
keep you in
am
order.
talking and I would like to ask the city attorney, please.
Bob, would you like to respond to the question?
Sure. The question would be, in what context would you be hearing from the other proponents?
Yes.
In an informational context, and in the interest of transparency, if that's the council's desire. I mean, there's nothing legally that precludes you from receiving more information.
I understand that.
Okay.
It just seems to me that I'll save my comments for later. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not saying it's the most efficient process, but I'm just saying it would be a legal process.
Efficiency? Yes.
Well,
There is efficiency and there is fairness, etc. Now, the reason I interrupted you, David, because you were asking a rhetorical question. This is a time for clarifying questions. So please, let's all restrict ourselves to
Thank you for the
clarifying
direction.
questions. Mayor Pro Tem Biala, go ahead, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to exercise a point of privilege, and I did not interrupt anyone to make this, but this is for the welfare of the council, which is, a topic for a point of personal privilege. And I would just like to say that we have to follow Robert's rules. And even if we don't agree with the mayor, we cannot go back and forth interrupting each other, please. It is not good for the public to witness that, and I just beg us to follow the Roberts rules. We may not agree, but if we are not given the floor, we do not speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Bob Rathie, was that point of privilege handled appropriately? Because we're not accustomed to too many of those. You're muted, Bob.
sorry, I knew that my cursor was acting a little strange there. It's really a point of order in the sense that when a person has the floor, they should be allowed to speak and finish their remarks without being interrupted. Unless there's some disruption or there's some something that someone is saying that is causing the meeting to be disruptive in some way. But otherwise, each council member should be allowed to speak freely and uninterrupted.
I think my point was, when you have not gained the recognition from the floor, you cannot keep arguing back and forth. That's what I was responding to.
But once you have the floor, then you should be allowed to finish your remarks uninterrupted.
Yes, but you have to first have the floor before you can interrupt other folks.
But I believe Councilmember Burnett did have the floor. He was recognized. I believe.
Now, Bob, as a presiding chair, is it my duty to request people while they're going off track, off of our clarifying questions, to please ask clarifying questions?
Yes, I think because your job is to keep, and I don't envy you, your job is to keep the meeting on track and to keep the presentation, the content of the comments in context with that portion of the agenda or the meeting order that we're in currently, yes. But I think it needs, my own recommendation would be, given that it be exercised as, I'll say, as infrequently as you possibly can, I think, because I think it would just let other council members say what they want to say, and then someone else could be recognized.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, that is it for clarifying questions. And I think at this time we want to go to the recommended proponent. Is that correct, Lane?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, and that'll be Ray Murray and
Actually, if Matt can bring Sue Pennell back over. Yeah, Sue Pennell and Sean Mott. So. And I have their presentation ready to load as soon as they get over here. Matt, are you having trouble bringing them over, or?
I had to locate them in the long list, but they should be on their way in.
It's under Susan Pinnell, under S.
Should be on their way in now.
Okay. Okay, Sean and Susan, are you able to unmute?
Yes.
Okay, oh, we can see you now.
There we go.
Okay, all right.
Hello.
So, do you want me to start with the presentation, or?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay, let me load your presentation. And okay, now people should be able to see your first slide there. And then as you're going through it, just say next slide, and I'll advance to the next slide when you're ready.
Okay, so I'm Sean Mott. This is Susan Pinnell. We've seen our vision grow, the company grow, along with the horse industry. We've been doing this business since 2009. I've been doing this business for over 40 years. So we work with government agencies around the Bay Area. We work with state, federal government, county parks, and cities. You go to the next slide. So our vision, you want to read that very soon?
I can read it. Our vision is to focus on safe and reliable experience for the public. Our team of 100 horses and friendly staff are handpicked to deliver sires of standards of customer service, safety, and professionalism. And Chaparral Ranch inspires to create a unique place where people can disconnect from everyday challenges and allow the community to connect with nature and horses. So we are really excited about Marina, and this vision is something that we bring forward in all of our facilities. And then our mission statement is to service the public with horse experiences through recreation, outdoor experiences, California heritage, nature, and to help preserve open space and county facilities for future generations. Our goal is to provide a positive, fun, and safe interaction between horses and humans. And we have a multitude of horses that we bring into our programs, and all kinds of different for our scope of services, which you'll see in a second.
Okay. Next picture. So in the scope of services here, you can see lessons, trail rides, camps, museums. These are things that we already do at different sites. We did do the Salinas beach rides until they closed also. But now we have our beach rides up in San Francisco at Ocean Beach. We have horses that are trained to do this. They get time off, they get time on, and they go to our other sites. We have hundreds of acres in the East Bay where they'll take a break, but also come back in. But this would show you kind of the basic museum and kind of the first step in the recreation process of the Marina stable.
And this isn't all the scope of services that we have. We also work with Northern California Girl Scouts, charter schools, all types of lessons, Saddle Club. Our camps are huge in all seasons. And we do boarding at our Woodside facility, but that is just one of the many things that we do. So I know, you're interested in all the boarding, but we have a multitude of programs that we can bring to the community along with other activities also.
Okay, next. So, okay. Yeah, so these are the facilities that we have. Our picture here looks kind of funny, but we have Folgers, a stable in Woodside that's on 1,000 acres of redwoods. And we do camps. We have riding arenas, trail rides at this facility here. We at Golden Gate Park, we do beach rides, lessons, trail rides. And when we say lessons, it's anything from English lessons, Western lessons, reining lessons, young riders lessons, and then also here in Calaveras in the East Bay of Milpitas. And that's thousands of acres over there where we could actually do all-day rides if we wanted to. And again, at that site, we actually trailer the horses in to it. So we were able to, we have 6 trucks, about 8 trailers. So we can actually get mobile to different types of activities, bring in more horses as needed. Okay, next.
You can go to the next.
So this is a seasonal facility. This is Camp Mather, which is by Hetch Hetchy Reservoir. This is owned and operated by the city and county of San Francisco. So we'll actually take the horses up there, probably 25 or 30 when it's busy. And that's the full-on camp with cafeterias, tents, they can do packing. We do have a string of mules also. So we can do packing with mules, but they're also riding mules, and they work a hitch also. So we're trying to demonstrate here is we can do a variety of activities as we ramp up the special needs of each site. And each site and facility has a uniqueness to it that we try to bring to it. Next. You want to talk about the horses there?
Yeah, so we have anywhere from 100 to 150 horses that are working. Some are still in training, granted, and then we have ones that can pull wagons, as you can see. The one picture has draft horses in it. There's a picture in front of Folgers of horses walking up, and just some pictures of horses liking each other a lot. Our horses are really happy, and what we like to do is to bring this to the public and share this nature and these relationships with people. It's something very special that I think people really need. It can work from anything from children with special needs, which we do not focus on because we are a C Corp, but we know how that works and we completely understand those programs, all the way to just helping people mentally that just need a day to relax. It's really important these horses share the love and the care that we give them with the community. And we really want to bring that to all levels of people, from children that are 2 years old, which we start out with on pony rides, to adults that have been riding for years. So we are qualified to teach any of that and do teach any of that right now, have been for a long time. And so if you want to see more of our horses, you would need to come to our sites.
So just one more thing there. Most of our horses we've had for quite a while. We've delivered a lot of our horses, and we've actually had a lot of our horses parents and grandparents. So just to let you know, we have generations of horses that have been with us having fun. Next. So yeah, I'll let you talk a little bit.
Yeah, so for Marina, I'm the one that did the RFP with Sean's help. But each facility has its own uniqueness. And this was an interesting RFP to do. We came down and we saw the facility. There's so much potential there. I know there's a 7,200 acres behind that's BLM land. So trail rides and and everything are basically unlimited. There's nice arenas there already in place. And we see a vision for bringing in a lot of history through the horses in the military, the Army that was there, some of the veterinary programs focusing on some of that for a museum. Our first phase is to bring in the horses and to bring those programs to the public, to get people to come to the park and be interested in what is going on at the park. We have wagons for people who don't want to ride, that they can have a little treat and ride around the property. We want to do a history through horses program so that people can understand how horses have been used through the ages. It's really important for us to bring the education and the nature to people and let them be able to come to the site and see the horses and understand the horses. They can't hand feed them, unfortunately, but everything else is pretty much a go. We also want to take one of the buildings and help turn it in for events, for Girl Scouts, for all kinds of smaller events that can happen there, such as anniversaries or small weddings, things like that, and maybe even for them to become a little bit larger in the future. But that's the first phase of the program. The second phase and the strategy is to bring in the museum, bike rentals, Segway, and other services that the public can use on the Greenway, hiking on the trails, whatever that may be, so that it's a well-rounded program for all the community of the Monterey County, the surrounding area, to come, and for tourists to come and enjoy. And so we have the trail rides, the lessons camps, the saddle clubs, the history museum, e-bikes. We want to do some kind of cross-country, it's a ropes course is what it is. Ropes course for people to come and enjoy. And there's, we have a lot of other programs on our map that was in the RFP.
Okay, next. Oh,
that's it.
Thank you. We're very excited about coming to Marina and making this work out. We feel that there's 100% chance of this working at your site. I think you have wonderful demographics. I think the staff down there really wants to make something work. We feel very well qualified. We have trucks, trailers, horses, equipment. We're set to go without any more investment on our side. We can start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, let's open up to council members for questions to the proponents, and then we'll turn it over to the public. Go ahead, Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Having spent yesterday and discovering a couple of your properties, I appreciate the work you're doing. I have a couple of questions, and this is in alignment with the program of utilization compliance. Can you, actually, I've got two main questions. One is, can you say a little bit more about how you would honor or recognize the history of Fort Ord in your vision?
Yeah, that's been a little bit out of our realm. It's a little bit different for us, but yes, we have been researching that. I've talked to a few people that have all the museum elements from the Army when the Army was there. We want to take and open up a museum that's going to give the history of the time when the horses were there, and of course past history, and then history in front of that to the present, and kind of what's happened with all the horses. We're looking at people that are definitely more the professionals in that have all the different pictures and everything to bring that forward. So we're very open to having people help us with stuff. We're, you know, if we don't understand it, we're asking for help.
Right, I saw that, and I recognized at your Woodside stable that you do have a museum up there around the carriages and stuff. It's actually incredibly beautiful property. When we were there, also I noticed that there were a number of horses going in and out. So can you speak a little bit more to the incoming and outgoing, I guess, of the horses on the property?
Was that horses and horse trailers or horse walking?
Horse trailers.
Was there horse trailers?
Maybe it may have been the private. It may have been the private boarding
Yeah,
center.
what happens if there's horses walking? We keep the horses in the barns at night, and they're turned out into pens during the day, so the public can kind of see them and they walk around. And at night, they're kept in private areas. Horses walking by. There are parking here for people to drive their trucks and trailers, and we provide parking for them, and you'll see them drive in and out. That might be who you saw. So this whole park is open to the public, and it's very well utilized for people that own their own here and ride. So it would have been one of the two things going on.
Terrific, thank you. And you just are the perfect segue into my next question for you, which is, so does your program of utilization compliance and pro forma include private boarding of horses? And then if so, under what duration of terms and conditions?
For Marina, we're not doing private boarding.
No, I think you're talking about Woodside location?
Right, well, in your program of utilization compliance and the pro forma that was included in the packet.
We followed what the RFP had, which was the temporary boarding. We did not put in full-time boarding because we were, as we understood, it wasn't something that was needed to be.
Okay, all right, I have some further questions about that, but we can get into that sort of in the next phase, assuming we get into that this evening. So for the time being, I thank you for your presentation and your time. And I look forward to hopefully working with you in the future and in alignment with our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa and Susan and your team. Let's go now to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question just to follow up along the idea of the NPS regulations. First, you have many different sites. Are any of them under the the National Park Service? I know you mentioned some of them county or whatever. Are any of them under NPS restrictions?
The Golden Gate Recreation Area.
Yes, property.
Yeah, on the beach in San Francisco is Gate Recreation.
Okay, and then you don't do any private boarding in those either?
No, we don't at Golden Gate Park.
Okay, so because you're saying no private boarding, you're basically saying you're not doing any long-term boarding, whether it's 4 months or 1 month or anything. There's just no private boarding. Is that correct?
No, for Marina, we would do up to 4 months, and that would be
temporary
for a clinic. Somebody that we plan to have clinicians come in there, and a clinician might come in there for 2 weeks, a weekend. People would bring their own horse, and they would keep it there during those times. As far as a 4-month time frame, I think that just leaves it a little bit open. I don't think that would happen very much at all.
Okay, do you have some policy, something related to that in writing? Because I don't think you have anything written in this RFP on that.
We were still negotiating the length of time with the management as to what they would like to see on that. And with our last meeting, it came to 4 months to be the
okay. So, did I miss it? Did you put that in writing in this RFP? Or did I miss it?
No, it's not in the RFP.
It's not in there. Okay.
Put it in as one of the scope of services, short-term boarding.
Okay.
Did not write anything about it.
Okay. Great. Okay. I'll make comments later, but that's all my questions for right now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Susan and Mr. Mott. It's nice to hear from you. I have a couple questions here. First of all, I'm going to start with some easy ones. Your Milpitas location, are you still in operation?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And secondly, the Folgers property. Do you operate the museum, or is that a function of the county of Santa Clara or San Mateo City?
The museum is run by the Friends of Wonderlic. So the Folgers stable was falling apart, and the Friends of Wonderlic got together and did a lot of fundraisers and rebuilt this stable basically. And when they did that, they brought that museum in. It is one that we bring our camp kids to and that the public comes to, and is very enjoyed by the public.
Are you a member of Friends of Wonderlic?
No, that's a nonprofit. That wouldn't be, we could give money to them, but that wouldn't be profit. We should.
So a nonprofit is running a museum that you bring your clientele to. So are you clarifying? Do you run a museum?
We do not run the museum. We work with the people running the museum.
Okay. So when you propose to bring a museum to our town, you do not have any experience running a museum.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Very good. I wanted to know about that because I was looking at what your proposal was, and it seemed very in line with what was happening at Wonderlic. One of the things that I also wondered was about your what do you charge for boarding at the facilities that you are able to board at? You're not able to board at Golden Gate, so that leaves the Milpitas and the Woodside location. Is that correct?
No, just the Woodside location, and it's $1,000 a month per horse.
How many horses do you have there?
There's probably boarded 22.
26.
Or 26. It goes up and down.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have 26 horses at $1,000 a horse a month, and you are full service?
Yes.
Okay. So you have capacity. So my question is, if you did have boarding, you'd have capacity to have a rate structure in place?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that would probably be in the neighborhood of about $1,000.
It would be done by the day. It'd be a daily rate, and a lot of times daily rates are more than monthly rates. But that's a good estimate.
Okay. Looking over at your camp fees, have you held camps?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we held a lot of camps. We've been doing those since 2009, every summer for 11 weeks, 10 to 11 weeks. And we do 3 weeks in spring. We do a ski week. We do the week before Christmas, the week after, and right around Thanksgiving also.
Okay. So I'm looking at your proposal of a camp fee of about $600 per child. Is that correct?
For 5 days, yes.
Or a daily camp fee of $130 per child?
Approximately, yeah.
So on the line of your income tax statement, when we look at line, when it has to charitable contributions, and maybe that's a question, do you offer any sort of discounts for people who cannot pay that 600, is that 600 you said? 600 per child?
We have not.
No, usually the way that works is one of these nonprofit groups. We contact them, and they foot the bill for them. Take for example, it was at the county of Santa Clara.
It was the county of Santa Clara, yeah.
the county of Santa Clara contracts with us for their it's not special needs, but it's the
No, it's their children that they can't afford to come to camp.
yeah.
So I guess they apply for it and they give scholarships for that.
So do you have a mechanism here to do that?
Not yet, but that's something we'll work on.
Okay, because I don't know if you know very much about our community, but we have about 60% of our students who are on free and reduced lunch. So the price point of, as a mom, $600 is a little cost prohibitive for some of us. Which brings me back to the line of your income tax statement. I am interested that there was no charitable deductions. Is that because there's not a whole lot of partnerships going on, or tell me a little bit about that? I full disclosure, I come from a nonprofit background. So when I look at that, I'm just kind of curious how you best utilize your organization for public benefit in terms of those that don't have a.
What we do, and this will probably answer both your questions, is inside a park, especially here at Folgers, is we and keep our prices in line or reduce prices from the surrounding competition. Well, that keeps it so that everybody can use the park. In San Francisco, there's a structure there so that I think it's once a month that the other communities, the underserved communities, can come and ride the horses. And then they aren't charged, but it's a separate type of thing.
But they have to have their own horses, right?
They don't have to. They don't. We just go. They either come to our park or we go to their park and horses. And
Did you include that in your request for proposals? Any information about that?
Did we put that in there?
No.
No. Okay.
Each county or city that proposes, they usually have a structure set that they would like to offer something. Like for you running a nonprofit, it's like even the Girl Scouts get a cheaper rate when they come out with us. Well,
that's assuming we have a Girl Scout troop in Marina, which I'm not sure that we do, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, for example, what you do is you say, bring these kids out. They have a field trip once a month, Saturday morning, and can we get a special rate for that? Then yes, they get.
So you have to be a nonprofit to do that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have liked to honestly have seen some of that inside your proposal. That's one thing that was lacking that I honestly didn't see in yours. I started with your tax sheet and just kind of went from there. I didn't see a whole lot of community partnerships there, which I'm a community volunteer. I just joined the council in November and I've been volunteering in my community forever. So I know that these partnerships are important. So that's a comment, sorry. Okay, let's go back to your exhibit H's, your tax forms, if you would. And one of the things I was wondering about is your taxable income from line 30 on both of them. You've got a minus. So you started at the very beginning in the neighborhood of in 17 and 18 with pretty good, 915, 1.7, bringing down to total income of 1.2 in 2019, and then you ended with a negative 100,000. The question I have for you is, I know we're dealing with COVID and many other things, but your proposal's quite lofty, where it came from salaries and who you're going to hire, but it just seems that line 13, you've got salaries. I'm just wondering whether you have the capital to be able to pursue the positions that you have promised in your proposal based on your tax information.
Well, you want to answer? You work with the taxes more than I do.
Yeah, well, the accountant works with them, but we do have money in our accounts? That's a question.
No.
There are a lot of expenses that go along with, the horse business. And so we've through the years, we buy horses, we buy trucks, we buy trailers. We are constantly accumulating things to help us grow. And that's what you're seeing is that these things are not free. So we constantly are building and trying to make our business better. There's a lot of deferred maintenance in this kind of business. It's, it can be expensive. Horses can be expensive. I'm sure anybody who's had a horse, even one, knows how expensive a horse can be. And we have over 100 of them, so close to 150. I'm not completely sure how to answer that question.
Yeah, I don't. COVID was hard on everybody.
COVID was hard. It was really hard.
True, but I am going back to 2018, and I guess what I'm trying to establish is a record of your.
So in 2017, the property that we were on in Milpitas was sold out from underneath us.
Yep.
And we had to restructure for that. Part of that, we were already in the Woodside facility, but part of that restructure is what we had to do over Milpitas. You asked if we're still over at 11 Park. Yes, we are. We had to restructure that. We had to move some horses around, and we even had to board some horses, which was quite expensive for us. But we managed with the programs that we have to pull through all of that and to take that and build and come back better than ever.
Wonderful. With that in mind, and I can't, again, I would like to go to the public sooner than later. Did the public boarding at $1,000 a horse help keep you afloat during those times? Because I understand it is very difficult to be in the business that you are, and thank you for being in that business. It's afforded my family.
At $1,000 a month, there's very little profit in that. We have to bring in the shavings. We have to take out the shavings, take out the manure, and have a lot of stall cleaners.
And feed and grain and.
Our lesson horses make a whole lot more than that.
So my question was, did the boarding help sustain you?
You could say it kind of did, but it did not. Our pasture lands in the East Bay to put our horses on helped sustain us more. We lost quite a few boarders during that time too. It did not do very much.
So it did not very much sustain you. Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, your prices in the request for proposals show some examples at Golden Gate Park of 5-day sessions at $450 and a similar number at Woodside per session is $500. So $450 and $500. Why? That's a big market, the San Francisco Bay Area. Why would you charge $600 in Marina compared to $450 and $500 respectively at those Bay Area 5-day camps?
Well, those prices aren't really set in stone. I mean, we haven't even finished completely negotiating the contract, and we're certainly flexible with what the demographics are. So that was a guesstimate, basically. But you can see what our prices are, and I'll be honest with you, in San Francisco and in Woodside and in Milpitas, we had approximately 125 to 130 children on the wait list for those prices each week, all summer long.
So if affordability were important and if we were a small working class community, why would you guesstimate higher fees with us than with larger cities that can afford to be on waiting lists because they can afford these prices?
Well,
Yeah, but we raised the prices too.
Yeah, we
We anticipated not getting in there for a while. We've already raised those prices.
Yeah. You know.
Those are past performance prices. What is it now? $550?
It's 500 in Calaveras. And we haven't raised the price in San Francisco yet, but that is to be raised. We just raised some of our prices today as of September 1st. And the camps will be raised. We don't even have them in our calendar yet.
Okay, so is the same reason that you're stating now that you're considering prices elsewhere, that sort of your whole schedule for Marina proposed in your RFP is higher case than these other locations you currently manage? Is it for the same reason that you're not fully negotiated and that you're going to raise your prices at other locations?
Well, I mean, prices go up all the time. I mean, supplies are going up, hay's going up, water prices are going up, everything is going up. So we have to look at, what our costs are and go with, with what our costs are. And we try to keep these prices so that the public can enjoy these places.
Yeah, we don't charge we're going to have a water bill down there. We're going to have taxes, property taxes down there, and have utility bills down there. We don't have those at the other places.
So expenses are higher, another reason.
Yes, there's not even property rent.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I'm going to my screen and ask you some brief questions without getting too much into this. So a member of the public sent to City Council some comments today, and they basically cherry picked probably what are the worst reviews on Yelp or wherever this is. And these bad reviews go back several years and up to the present. And I'm sure that if we cherry picked your best reviews, we would get a very different perspective. But I only bring this up because I think it's worth our while to look at both sides of the coin, your critics and your most beloved fans. So I just want to point that out without spending a lot of time going into the details, because it's and I'll stop sharing there. It's dirty laundry if we were to spend too much time on it. But I just want to point out, I'm trying to stop sharing here, that for me, I want to look into this a little bit more, the goods and the bads and the uglies, whatever you want to say that. But what's your opinion of some of these bad reviews? Are they sour apples, bad apples, small percentage? Go ahead, sorry.
I would like to say we're in business and we can't please everybody as well as we would like to. It doesn't mean that we don't consider all these bad reviews and take them seriously. We look at those, try to respond to them when we see them. I don't always go over there and look at them. I know Sue has responded to some of those. The point of it is, if something it's 1 in 100, we make that percentage all the time. If you're going to get one bad review in 100, you're going to get that bad review because we make that percentage. We have a lot of horses, and if we have one horse and the percentage is one horse in 100 dies every year, we make that percentage. So when you're in business, this is what business is. And if you can't handle the bad reviews, don't be in business.
Thank you.
Keep good reviews.
All right, appreciate that. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. I'm going to take us down another road, but I do want to just address that what was shared, and that there are, for any negative comments that they may have.
Clarifying questions at this time, Lisa.
Yes. Well, are you aware that some of the other applicants have had some pretty horrific reviews as well? So is council.
Is that a question, Lisa?
Yes, it is. It's
Could we answer that, please, Susan and company?
Do I?
No, actually, this is not. No, this is not for you all. This is actually for our city. If they're aware that negative reviews, not just by these applicants, regarding these applicants, but also some of our other applicants as well.
Lane or Brian, would you like to take that question?
I don't think we've gone to that extent of looking at backgrounds and reviews and things like that online for any of the RFPs.
Is it fair to say, though, that some of the other applicants have had members of the public come in and have negative comments made about them? I mean, we've been in city council we've all heard it.
Clarifying
So I'll just
questions.
let it go. Okay, that's fine. So let's go back to some other clarifying questions. I want to go back to some of where council member Medina Dirksen was commenting or asking questions about some of the returns. And I just want to ask, am I correct in my understanding that the reviews that were submitted are corporate reviews, not personal reviews?
Yes,
Tax forms, I'm sorry.
yes, they're corporate taxes. Yes.
Okay, so a lot of the question about the allocation of fund, it's not a reflection on you. It's actually, these were businesses and in the way of running a business. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Then also I want to go back to something that Brian McMinn was emphasizing earlier about your bid is the only bid which is excluding private boarding and therefore in alignment with the National Parks Agreement. Is that true that your application had no reference to any kind of private boarding?
The scope of no, it did not have reference to private boarding. We had short-term boarding in there in the scope of services.
Okay, all right, let me just see where I have other questions. Okay. So 1 second. Okay, I think, let's see. I think that is it. Actually, I have a question for the city attorney. Am I correct that the city council, our responsibility is to select a concessionaire that will provide services consistent with the programs of utilization and that will be passable by the NPS then?
That's correct. The only way we can have a concession agreement is if the NPS concurs in that agreement.
Okay, and so am I correct then that based on the ratings of all of them and that Chaparral is the only applicant that is consistent with the program of utilization and would likely be passable by the NPS?
I'm not sure I can draw a legal conclusion as to that, but yes, if that is in fact true, then that would be the only. As I said, the concession agreement has to be concurred in by the NPS in order to be valid.
I think the question, Bob, was, are the other two bidders not recommended compliant? Would they be compliant? Was that your question, Lisa?
Well, actually, maybe Brian is the best person.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I wasn't on the selection committee. I probably wouldn't be the person to answer that.
Right. So maybe Brian, you're the right person here. So am I correct on this, that the city council, that our job is to select the concessionaire that is going to provide the services, and that this is the only applicant that will provide the services consistent with the programs of utilization that would be also passable by the National Park Service?
Well, I would say they were the highest ranked. And I think, we have the most confidence that, yeah, they would be in compliance with National Parks requirements. But I don't think it was, we're comparing the proposals that came in and rating them. So I think, yeah, they were the highest rank and we're recommending them because we believe that their programs would be in compliance with NPS and the program of utilization.
Okay. Okay, I guess that is it. And I want to go back and clarify my question to the city manager and maybe even to any member of staff. As far as the current concessionaire, because issues of complaints were brought up. Has the city received complaints regarding the MEA and the handling of the property? And the handling of the animals and both the property and the animals?
Yes.
Okay, and for how many years have we been hearing complaints about the MEA?
Terry Seacrest would be a better person to answer that.
Yeah, the answer to that is, and I've been here since 2007, that again, there have been issues with the MEA since I've been here in 2007.
Okay. All right. And so Lane, are you in agreement with that? And do you know of any older, further back than 2007 complaints?
You know, I have not done a deep dive into looking at complaints by MEA. Honestly, our focus has been on trying to bring in a concessionaire that would really going forward, that would be compliant and that would meet the requirements of the program of utilization. And that's really been our focus. We would not have recommended Chaparral if we didn't believe that their proposal would be that their concessionaire agreement, if we took it to the National Park Service, we believe that would be approved. And that's why we're recommending that.
Yeah, and I just want to be a little bit more clear about the MEA. So they are an association, not individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then they are our current tenant, is that correct?
Correct. We currently have a month-to-month operating agreement with MEA.
And they've been the exclusive tenant of the MEC since how long?
Brian, help.
No, I think going back in the documents,
2000.
yeah, it predates the 1994 application by the city.
So did they have the occupancy since I thought somewhere I read, and I'm just clarifying, since 1998, is that correct?
I believe the concession agreement was entered into in 2000. It was an operating agreement, excuse me, it was entered into in 2000 with the MEA.
And prior to that, were they the vendor?
They were on site, I believe, when the property was still in ownership by the Army, running it as a recreational facility for the military and the public, I believe.
Okay, and then the MEA, their application, so the MEA how should I say this? The MEA submission is from the same association that had the occupancy since 2000. Is that correct? Same body or same organization?
Yes, I believe I read in their proposal that they'd recently changed, I believe, their nonprofit designation, but yes, I believe it's the same organization.
Okay, and they have been operating the property since that time as a public park, or under that guise, correct?
Correct.
And have they actually complied with that since that time?
I don't, my answer would be that if long-term boarding was going on, that it would be not in compliance with National Park Service requirements, and the city was advised of that.
Okay, and that's because of their long-term and or private boarding, correct?
I can't say, I can't identify any issues that might be in or out of compliance specifically to that degree.
Okay, and what does the MEA have any kind of corporate status, or what is their purpose, the corporate status? Are they a 501c3 or?
I believe they were a 501c3.
Uh-huh.
I believe they may have changed recently.
And so just to be a little further clear, so if the MEA was actually doing a good job, would we have needed to go out to put the bid out and put out an RFP?
I'll defer to that one. That's not a legal conclusion.
I don't know if we would have needed to go out and do an RFP, but we needed to do a concessionaire agreement. Our deed requires that we have a concessionaire agreement, and we haven't had that. And that was part of, in addition to private boarding, we needed to get concessionaire agreement approved by the National Park Service.
Mhm. And was the primary purpose of the operating agreement with the city to provide services to the public? That's my understanding. Am I correct in that? I'm just reiterating, I know, but I want to be clear that I'm staying on track here.
You
So
know,
their job was to provide services to the public. Is that correct?
I'm not positive what was the purpose of the operating agreement and why that was entered into and not a concessionaire agreement. It just might have been to facilitate, just to keep their existing operations going, but I'm not really positive.
Because my understanding is that it has always been that their job is to provide services to the public. So am I correct then, and maybe this is for David and Siegenthaler, have the MEA ever been approved by the National Park Services?
Well, we didn't review any concession agreement. I don't know if we reviewed. I didn't find any record of a operating agreement that we reviewed either.
You came in really muffled, so I couldn't hear you clearly, but I caught the gist of it. So I guess really my final area that I'm going here is that the operator of this park has not been able to uphold the expectations, and that Chaparral is being recommended because they have all of the qualifications to be a proper concessionaire in alignment with the city and the National Park Service.
Is that a question, Lisa?
So I'm just want to be clear then, if that is the correct understanding.
So there's two parts to that question. Can someone answer if both parts are correct?
Can you kind of restate that?
Yeah.
So am I correct that one, the MEA has never been approved or in compliance with the property in relation as it relates to the city or the National Park Service?
Correct. It's my understanding that an operating agreement and neither a concessionaire agreement have ever been sent to the National Park Service for their approval.
But there have been numerous correspondences over the years with the National Park Service saying that the MEA has been out of compliance, and actually so is the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And moving forward, then that Chaparral, and in compliance with the city based on whatever we would potentially negotiate, is the most highest ranked and therefore most likely to be in compliance both with the city and the National Park Service, correct?
Yes. When we look at those four different factors as we rated them.
Actually, that would be great, Lane. Thank you for mentioning that. Brian, can you just put one last time the ranking of the three different applicants? Because they were on the screen earlier, but they were not there for a super long time, and I'd like just to see them one last time.
Mr. Mayor, may I say the page number? The page number in our packet is page 430.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to answer your question yet, each of the evaluators, we independently scored each of the proposals, and each of us had Chaparral as our number one choice. And I believe if you would look at each of the different criteria, from background to rent to constant plan to cash flow, independently, each evaluator had Chaparral as the number one. The only one that that would be an exception is evaluator number 2 under rent to the city from Chaparral. It's listed 0.2 there. I think that was transposed. I think that's supposed to be a 2.0. But outside that, each evaluator ranked Chaparral at first in each category.
All right, thank you. You can take this down. Thank you. Let's see. I think that's at the moment all I have for clarifying questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. And Councilmember Berkeley brought up the complaint department for the Marina Equestrian Association, similar to how I brought up the complaint department with Chaparral. Terry Segrist, do you go to make a weekly visits throughout the year as part of your contribution of city funds or use of MEC Marina Equestrian Center funds for inspections?
Yeah, I do once or twice a week. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, you've been doing this for many years. Do you
Yes,
often come to city council with concerns or complaints or things that need to change at the MEC based on your weekly visits?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do you often go to the city manager, your supervisor, and say, hey, man, there's bad things going on out there, or there's things that need to be fixed or improved or looked at? Do we send letters very frequently to the MEA at the Equestrian Center telling them that your visits have resulted in things that need to change because they're in bad shape or something like to that effect?
My response to that would be that when we have complaints with the MEA, as in most cases, they're pretty responsive to the fix.
Okay. And Lane, recently there was a very strong complaint registered against the Marina Equestrian Center, Marina Equestrian Association about all the dilapidated facilities, unsafe for horses, et cetera, such that you and the police chief and Terry went out and made a visit. What was the result of that visit?
Chief Nieto and Terry, if they want to respond to that.
So we did a walk around, and I'd ask Chief Nieto to jump in as well. We did a walk around and we did not find anything that stood out. Chief?
I'm not a horse person. So walking with Terry, we didn't see anything that, I would say like a horse was ill or laying there. And we were acting on complaints. So.
Lane, what was your recollection of your walkaway impression of the complaints versus your site visit?
Yeah. From our perspective, again, we aren't horse people, but some of the allegations or complaints have been that there are severe, major safety issues. We didn't, from our perspective, necessarily see anything like that. As Terry mentioned, when we do get complaints on, either I'll have Terry go out there or Brian or our police chief. But in that particular situation, our observation from our perspective was nothing serious. But again, that was.
All right. I just wanted to touch on the complaint department because I know there's different perspectives one can have on that. I'd like to share my screen here.
Mr. Mayor, one more comment too,
Sure.
As it relates to complaints. I mean, complaints are complaints. They have to be looked into. But as Chaparral mentioned, no one's perfect. And again, I would say that the current management at the Equestrian Center has been responsive anytime there's been an issue.
Thank you. And on the positive side, it was said tonight that there was not much done by the Equestrian Center for public benefit. And I'm sharing something that was sent to me from public comment about the various programs that are done for the public. And I would like to ask Lane or Terry if he thinks that those programs that are listed that are currently ongoing or recently have occurred, such as the fire support, if he would consider these token contributions from a volunteer group.
I would have to look at that closer. I don't know. Yeah, I just have to look at it closer.
All right, I will stop sharing. And we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Biala or Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. I think Mayor Pro Tem Biala. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is about the evaluation of the cash flow analysis pro forma. I mean, we had 3 evaluators, and I could imagine that they're not all equally expert in analyzing the financials. I had a hard time myself trying to compare the 3 applicants because the formats were different and I wasn't quite sure what it is I was looking at. And so it was a little hard for me to do my own comparison. But well, in this one item, the cash flow analysis pro forma, were there outlined specific criteria for each of the evaluators to make a decision about that would kind of standardize their way of looking at the pro forma? That's my first question. I don't know who can answer that.
And why don't you take a stab
So
at that?
we were looking at them to be sure that, the proposals and the programs that are being proposed would be financially viable. Are they going to be able to sustain that operation? And so that's one of the things we're looking at. From the financial standpoint, there were other factors that went into the selections of in the rankings as well, but that was primarily what we were looking at the pro forma for.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I can see that you want obviously a balance between income and expenses, but when I looked at some of them, I wasn't quite sure whether I should trust the numbers. I don't have any background in knowing whether those charges or those expenses or those repairs or whatever are real accurate numbers. And so if you just look at saying on paper, do things balance out? Of course, I hope that each applicant would show that. So I'm not sure that without some more specific criteria for us to evaluate whether in fact this is a valid financial evaluation. I certainly would not be able to do that myself, but.
Yes. So you are correct in that we didn't bring an outside financial consultant to look at the different proposals. But as Brian said, we did look at it from the lens of trying to see, is this realistic? We kind of went through that with the hotel process. I mean, some people put in numbers about occupancy and average daily rate that we just didn't think were achievable. And so we tried to look at it with that lens of what they're proposing, if we thought that made sense, if it didn't make sense. And but again, we didn't have a specific thresholds or data out there to tie it to necessarily, but we looked at it from a reasonable point of view. Did it make sense to understand that? If there are projections for the different types of uses, did that seem high and unrealistic? But we couldn't necessarily tie it and verify it to anything.
Were you included in any of that financial research? Because when people are estimating CIP, for example, you've been through a lot of facilities where we have to estimate, and it's always a shock to me when I hear the real cost of any kind of infrastructure repair. So were you also involved in that? I assume Brian also would be involved in those.
Yes, we were all involved with that, and part of our thought for the next step in the process is once a concessionaire is selected, really to go and start doing that more deeper dive on exactly what type of program we want to put together, what type of capital projects that we want to put together, what type of funds that we have to allocate to that. And we're kind of looking at this really as a joint partnership in the property.
I see. And that leads into my other question about this being sort of the first step, because when I looked at some of the rent, it sort of plateaus, as does some profit sharing and all of that. And so I'm thinking, is this put in stone now? We can't negotiate the profit margins and that kind of thing.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly the lens we're looking at. This is just a proposal, and once you go into a concession or agreement, we're looking at things a lot closer. Like it was brought up about subsidizing people that can't afford it and different rate structure, and we absolutely would be looking at things like that.
Okay, thank you.
I would say that that's one difference between the bids and the request for proposal process. So when you get a specific bid, then that's what you're held to entering into with that bidder. With the request for proposals process, it allows more latitude for negotiating of the final scope and how that rate structure is going to be built.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Christina Medina Dirks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about the facility itself. So when the applicants walked through and took a look at the property, did they understand what comes with the property and what improvements they might necessarily have to make? Because if you walk through, and Terry, Mr. Seacrest, tell me if I'm correct, which pieces of infrastructure belong to the city? So two-part, Mr. Seacrest, what parts of the infrastructure that we're looking at, whether it's temporary, and I'm talking stalls, versus what is not? I'm just wondering what their perception is, because I'm not sure that they understand. I'm not sure when I read the proposal itself, the description of the infrastructure was clear to me. So 2 point, Mr. Seacrest.
Can you repeat your question, just the first part, please, Christina?
Yeah, what part of the infrastructure did the applicants believe ran with the land?
Yeah, there's an infrastructure inventory that was provided when the Army turned the land over, and that was reviewed with all the applicants.
So to the applicants, do you have a clear understanding of what you will inherit?
Well, as we see it, all the property there belongs to the city.
Right, but what about pictures or stalls, those kind of things? Are you? What was your impression when you walked into it? Was it clarified what ran with the land and what was the property of the current occupants?
When we did the walkthrough, obviously the buildings are as is. We were told that the main infrastructure is basically good. The turnouts, we were told, I'm not sure about that, but they were going to stay. Special needs, they want to stay. Other than that, everything was more boarding and each person's personal belongings, from what I can tell.
The reason I ask is I do not see a cost for removal in your proposal. For example, well, I don't even know the proper language, but when you walk in and there's, round things that the horses work out in and various, what are they called? Round pens. Sorry, my daughter is correcting me. I just don't know if it was accurate, if you had an accurate description, a financial foundation to remove what was not part of the land or proposal.
We really haven't got that far into it. It's like there's a whole lot of deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
The center structures there that we're going to have to work out with the city as to does that stay? I mean, it doesn't look like it's usable to us at all.
I just wonder if that played any part in your proposal though, because if you walk into a piece of property and you see what's there in front of you, maybe you make your projection based on what's in front of you, based on rather than what runs with the land or what runs with the lease.
Christina, can you repeat your clarifying question?
Yeah, just if you had come up with a plan or understand what was running with the land in the RFP, and if you made accommodations for things that need to be removed.
We understand that there's things that need to be removed. We usually just absorb that into our startup costs. Usually isn't a separate cost. Each one of these locations, there's junk left behind. And first thing you do is you start getting big old dump trailers and taking stuff out.
So we're aware of that. I mean, I don't know if you saw the map that we put together or how we want this to end up, but you know, there's a lot of work, and we to be there and be physically doing a lot of work on that property. You know, do we have people to help us to take care of that stuff? Yes, we do. Do we have the equipment? Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I just was thinking from a point of view of you roll up and what you see is what you might think you inherit. Two questions. One for Terry Seacrest. Councilmember Berkeley brought up a matter of complaints, and you oversee all the recreational areas of our city. Is that correct? All the parks?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the Marina Equestrian Center considered a park?
Yes.
So from your experience manning all the parks, the majority of your complaints come from where?
Oh, well,
The
that's
Marina Equestrian Center?
That's not the Marina Equestrian Center.
Really?
No.
Can
Would
you
you like-
explain to me
Well,
a little more?
our skate park is very popular from the complaint standpoint.
Okay, so maybe, all right, I just wanted to counter the
Clarifying
and-
questions, Christina.
okay.
Please ask.
So is the Marina Equestrian Center the main complaint generator?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Next question was for Lane. And when Councilmember Berkeley said about doing a good job or not, I just want to know if there's so much historical context here, okay? Remember, everybody who's on here, we've lost a few of you, like we're going back to 2000 and beyond that. So if the MEA was not in accordance or following through with our provisions and rules, why weren't they called on it? And why are we finally talking about this now? Why didn't the city do anything about it? I just joined the council in November, and trying to make understanding of maybe a grandfathered situation. Maybe you can speak to it in that context.
Yeah, and I tried to ask that to David Siegenthaler. I actually did ask that on one of his questions, and his approach, the National Park Service approach, was even yet before my time, yet the city was always trying to indicate it was trying to get compliant. Initially on, like back in 2000, 2005, I'm not sure exactly how much effort was into that. And I know on the city's party list, and I'll use myself as an example, I got here in 2013. All this was kind of hitting the city council really strongly, started in 2012, and I didn't have that background. And so when they approved our program utilization in 2013, council really wanted to move forward with that and move forward with issuing an RFP, and it's taken 8 years to get to that, and that's a problem on my end.
9 years.
And And that I should have moved along, figured out a way to move that on a higher priority list. And but prior to that, I know there is a desire, but I also know there is a desire on the National Park Service and to continue to encourage us. And even prior to then, I think the direction was, yeah, we're trying to get their compliance. And
We're trying to move forward. I get that. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ensure that we had a both understanding of what the parties were up to. My last question, I promise, because I'm losing people and attendees, is have services to the public not been rendered as a result of the current situation? Because one of the primary opinion goals was ensuring that services to the public are rendered, and there's been some questioning as to whether they have. But I'd like a definitive answer. Do we have any empirical proof that shows us that services to the public have not been rendered under this current arrangement?
No, I definitely think services to the public have been rendered. With Bruce's list he showed, I didn't really have time to look at that in detail, but I can tell you, especially since we started really getting this RFP put together, I think there's been a lot more effort to put public services out there, like the Halloween, the Christmas, and different events. And so I think there is definitely a considered effort now to reach out and do more services to the public. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think those are some questions that I'll refrain from my comments. But thank you very much for those clarifications.
All right, Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Okay. So I want to stick with some history, and to be clear on Councilmember Medina Dirksen's comments about that it's been really in the last year that the MEA has started engaging more with the public. Is that true, Lane, that it's really only been in the past year since they received notification?
No, I actually didn't say in the last year. It's been in the last.
No, I know you did. Right, I know you didn't. But you said that there has been public engagement. And so,
Councilmember Medina Dirksen, Councilmember Berkeley has.
Okay, I was going to ask you to be recognized.
No, maybe raise your hand and we'll get to you in order.
well, she wants to clarify something, Mr. Mayor. So I'm actually okay if she wants to clarify something if I'm misrepresenting her. So.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen, go ahead with your
Thank you, Mayor Bruce. No, I didn't actually say the year. I've been going there with my daughter for the last at least 2.5 to 3 years or so. So I've seen more public engagement, not that it's been in the last year. That's all I wanted to say. If I said that, I didn't mean to.
No, you did. You didn't say it. So thank you for clarification.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So so back to that where I was going with this. So is it fair to say that really it has been since there was actual conversation of getting an RFP and getting a new concessionaire that suddenly the MEA has trying to get more in alignment? Is that fair to say?
Let me have Terry respond to that because I think he's much more aware of the different programs and the timing.
I guess my comment on that would be, I think that there's been a new interest from the people that are involved in the MEA that have created the calendar of events and activities that currently take place. And I think that it's that group of people that have turned things around.
Right. Okay, thank you. And so, like I said, I'm going to do some questions with the history, and then I'm going to go back to where we are today and moving forward. But I just want to be clear on a few more things. So the MEA, who's been in charge since 2000, I want to be clear, my understanding is that the NPS, and I guess this is for you, Dr. Siegenthaler, that the NPS has notified them for lack of notification of a public park, lack of accessibility to parks and to the public, and that there's been minimal public classes, events, and public recreation activities. That the National Park Service has been aware with that and corresponded with the city and with the MEA. Is that correct?
We have corresponded with the city. We don't deal directly with the association. So it's the city's responsibility to oversee, to maintain and operate the site and to oversee the MEA. But we have been in conversation with the city.
Okay, thank you. And so I don't know if this question is for you or city attorney or city manager, but my understanding was that there was such that we and the MEA primarily were so out of compliance that there was a grand jury investigation held. I'm not sure what year, but in reference to this situation. Is that true? And
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that until recently, but that I believe was back in 2012.
and could you tell me?
Terry,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, Terry or Bob could probably respond to that better.
Yeah, I can help with that, Mr. Manager. That investigation was 2012.
Okay, and can you tell me what the findings of that investigation were?
There were several findings, and those findings are available in a report and a response by the City Council dated December 18, 2012.
Okay.
And that's a 11-page report.
Would it be possible for you to give us the highlights or the key points on that, or?
It's
Or the
there-
recommendations?
There are, hold on just a minute. There are about 14 findings.
Okay. And my understanding was that the grand jury was profoundly concerned that the park was at risk of being revoked. Is that true?
I can't answer how the grand jury inquiry investigation was initiated. I don't know that was the purpose of the initiation, so it would be difficult for me to comment on what initiated that investigation.
Okay. All right. Well, Terry, since I have you here, and I'm going to switch in a second to the current situation and with Chaparral, I do have a question for you. It was brought to my attention that a few weeks ago, there was a movie production company that was filming at the MEA. And what was shared with me was that the film company did not get a permit because they were told, or under the impression, they were led to believe through the MEA that it was a private property and there was no need to get a filming permit from the city. Is that true? Or can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, not exactly. I think that there was, and Chief Nieto can jump into because she assisted with that. I think there was a unawareness of the policy for movie permitting by both the MEA and the permittor. And so once we clarified that again, we had immediate responses to rectify that.
And so did you have conversations with the film company, or was that Chief Nieto?
That was Chief Nieto.
Sorry, Chief, to bring you into this conversation.
So the film company said they paid the permit, by the way, so they were didn't know it was city property. They thought the MEA or whoever's leasing it owned it. So they did come into compliance, and we did talk with the MEA or whoever's leasing it, so that won't happen in the future.
Okay.
And Lisa, I will say, Lisa, you're starting to stray a little bit from the purpose tonight.
Well, thank you. I'm just trying to get a history of the land, but thank you that I'm happy to move forward now. And so, okay, so I unlike the other members of our city staff and council, I am a horse person and have been one for like a long time. And so I would like to know from the potential concessionaires, Chaparral, if you can give me your thoughts on the following things, which I've noticed have occurred at the Equestrian Center now. So there are three things that I'm going to ask you about. The first one is, if you go and you walk around the paddocks, you'll notice that there are bars that are rusted with exposed and rough ends towards the entrance of the gate. Can you speak to that and what you would do in that, or if that would be acceptable on your property?
No, that's not acceptable. That's called deferred maintenance. We have to do that every day of our life with the properties. You need to have smooth pipes. You need to, if you're using pipe down there, we're probably going to put in more of wood with of course non-climb on it. A lot of times we have more problems with pipe panels than we actually do with wood. We're a little concerned about, it looks like it's a sand dune that it's been built on. So the structure of a fence on top of that will probably be similar to what we have in Gold Gate Park. But there we have to have a lot of wood with cement pilings around it. And then typically they use what's called horse non-climb on that. So we'll be taking that, assessing that in different areas. Round pens, gates, all have to be big enough to get tractors through. You know, and in those coastal environments, there's a lot of rust also that we have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, that's not acceptable.
Okay. And then you mentioned cement, so that brings me to my next thing. So as you mentioned, when there are cement with the steel bars or posts supposed to be like secured into them, currently there are a number of the paddocks where the cement is falling apart and there's kind of a deep ditch and holes with rough exposed cement by the entrances and kind of a very uneven footing. Can you speak about that and how you would address that, or if it's even a concern?
That's always a concern. The we have what's called skip loaders and bobcats. So sand is very easy to move around with that machinery. Typically we're not going to be. We'll use some pipe panels, and I know that everybody's proud of the pipe panels and the turnouts and things that are there, but it doesn't look like very much that stuff is savable, and needs to be totally reset to grade, re-level it stuff out. It looks to me like on some of the stuff towards the east there, as it kind of goes down the hill, that the sand is actually kind of drifted away from everything. The ability to put animals on the sides of hills, it's kind of hard to do. So that'll have to be addressed.
So you said it's hard to do. Am I correct in my understanding that when you do that, the animals can actually get injured?
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about having the cement blocks and cracks, and yeah, absolutely. That's how it's injured. We have more injuries in pipe panels than we do in anything else.
So I have to say, when I went up to your two sites, I was really looking to see how you address that. And I have to say, I saw in Woodside one person meticulously and diligently repairing to be sure that your fences and your pipe bars were in good working order. So thank you for
turn that into a question, please, Lisa.
Right. Okay, great. And then I said 3, but there are actually 4. When oftentimes at the MEA, there is feces and diarrhea or a lot of water around the feces in some of the stalls. Can you speak to how you would address issues like that and how often you would be mucking out the stalls?
Typically, we're mucking them out twice a day, at least once a day. Here in Woodside, it's twice a day, and horses are turned out, so the stalls can actually be dried out. What's hard is when the horses are just kept inside to dry them out. We do use a lot of shavings, you know, for you're talking about the urine probably there. And then also, especially in those types of areas, you have to rubber mat. They're big square mats you put down.
Interesting you mentioned rubber mats. How do one keep the mats level so that the horses don't trip on them when they're walking?
Well, what you have to do is you have to go to the sub base. That's where sand doesn't work very well. And you have to frame either the paddock or the stall. And then what you have to do is put a 3/4 crush or a granite crush, and that has to be rolled with a roller, for a street. And then you put the mats down tight, and then you put big spikes down through the mats.
Okay. And also around the horsemanship and horse care, how do you ensure that your horses have water in their water feeder on a regular basis? Do you have automated water systems, or do you, because right now there's nothing like that. And so the
Lisa, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment, Lisa. I think we're straying, but I'd like to get the city attorney's perspective on this.
Well, I think these are clarifying questions as to the proposal. I'm not sure that all this is in the proposal, but it's certainly, they're clarifying questions as to how the operation of the center would be conducted in the future. So I think they're probably appropriate on that basis.
Right, I have just, thank you. And I just have one or two last questions about this. So thank you for that. I'm sorry, please continue.
So on the water, typically you use an automatic water. And what you're doing when you, the stall cleaner or the feeder every day, he's gonna be looking at a couple of things. One thing he's going to be looking at is if the horse hasn't eaten its food. First thing he's going to check and see if it's got water. A lot of times they're going to poop in the water, or they just need to have the water cleaned out. But some of the horses don't drink out of a water real well, so those horses have a 5-gallon bucket in there, and obviously those need to be cleaned at least every other day.
Okay. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. So just when we were going back to the conversation about the expenses and the cost of $1,000 per month, would $1,000 per month cover most of these fees so that you would be able to maintain a barns and stables and paddocks that would be able to keep the horses safe and healthy?
It does if you have enough horses. So there's a tipping point as to how many horses are on the site that the efficiency rating can get up to. So it's called a tipping point. And then if you go over that tipping point, then all of a sudden you go down and you have to restructure your business again. So example at Woodside, the 22 horses at $1,000 a month, there's very little profit in that. You can kind of, and that kind of answers the other lady's question also. It tries to hold a base, but it doesn't really pay for a facility. The horses that are for lesson programs and camps, they'll make upwards of $2,600 a month per horse.
Okay, thank you. And then this is my last question, as this is going towards the intersectionality of security and proper horse care in the evenings, because currently there are lights that are left on shining in the horse's eyes and face and into their stalls, the bright lights in throughout the night. And so my understanding is that that is quite detrimental for horses. I have been told that this is because of security. So I'd like to know how you might be able to address that issue.
What we have is motion lights. You'd have motion lights at your front gates. One of the things in the proposal, it talks about free access to the park. Well, the park needs to have a perimeter fence to it. So if a horse were to get out, he only gets out inside the park, and the gates need to be shut. There needs to be park hours, and the gate opens in the morning. And anything that were to get out in the middle of the night, that they're famous for. All of a sudden, you wake up in the morning and there's 3 horses here stacked. Somebody's over here talking to somebody else, and they shouldn't be. The point of it is they need some kind of light on street, but not into their stalls. Here we turn all the lights off, except for some outside lights at a restroom or security at gates and entrances in front of a tack room, and those are usually motion lights.
Okay, terrific. So basically that light on all night that's shining in the horse's eyes would be harmful to their well-being.
The only time you would even do that, more lighting, is if you had a breeding operation, and the mares need 300 watts of light for 12 hours a day to start cycling so they can breed. That would be really the only reason for something like that.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much for your time. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everyone for your patience.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was an earful of information I had no clue of in the terms of the care of horses. So I thank you for that. As outlined by Councilmember Berkeley, when you're talking about repairs of the fences and all the other things you just spoke about, is this the responsibility of the vendor, or is this the responsibility of the city to make these kinds of repairs?
Are you asking us?
No,
We're asking that question too.
So one of the things that in the negotiations for the final agreement is defining where that line is drawn. Obviously the cities, the buildings are the cities and then the overall structure of those buildings. But as far as the upkeep of, say, the paint on the walls or interior finish, that type of stuff may be going to the concessionaire. The stalls themselves, that's more kind of a wear and tear, the function of the operation. So it'd be really kind of hard for the city to be in a responsive position to maintain that. It's probably going to go more towards the concessionaire, but these are the things that would be, clarified, and then, we can't really get to the bottom of it until we actually have approval to negotiate final.
Thank you. One more question, and this goes to Susan and Sean. As outsiders, I don't think you would be expected to know all of the kinds of volunteer programs that are currently going on at the site. I think you got sort of just a rundown, when it was on the screen here. But how would you handle that? Should you become the vendor? How do you handle those myriad of volunteer programs that are currently in place that are not necessarily on your list of activities that you're proposing to have on the site?
Well, certainly, we know about the special needs program. We don't know about some of the other programs. I think we would go through and see what they're doing, and I mean, we are not opposed at all to volunteer programs and supporting those kind of programs. So it would be probably on an individual basis, because I'm not sure what they are at this point.
Thank you.
All right. To Susan, and I'm sorry, sir, what is your first name? Because I'm not referring to you using your first name, and I'd like to. I keep forgetting.
Oh,
Susan's part.
Sean.
It's Sean.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Sean, Susan, have you ever put on Halloween shows, Christmas shows, those kinds of things? We have hundreds of people driving through just to enjoy the holiday. Not so much an equestrian event, although horses.
If you go to downtown Los Gatos and the carriages on the street, I started that concession. There's 4 carriages a night on the streets of Los Gatos down University Avenue. I did that for 15 years down there. We've had pumpkin rides with wagons. I've done Dixieland band funerals. I have carriages. I've done 3 or 4 weddings a day with carriages throughout the Bay Area. Big business is the Indian community bringing, not the bride, but the groom comes in actually to bring him in with countless things.
Great, thank you. If you took over a facility like ours, and if it needed hundreds of thousands of dollars of overhaul of the footing of the facility, all the sand, and overhaul main turnouts, perimeter fencing, perhaps different kinds of lighting that might add up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you have that in your capacity to pay for, or would you expect the landlord to substantially help out with those sorts of more permanent fixtures?
We're gonna expect the landlord to help out with a lot of that stuff. We're not prepared to put in hundreds of thousands of dollars into your facility.
Okay, so if the city were to offer up $850,000, that's something that you might be excited to figure out how to spend, because there potentially is a lot of ways you could spend it, but you would think that that would help and be much more exciting to you than if you were told that you needed to foot that bill.
I would accept my fiduciary responsibility in taking and spending money wisely. I would like to work with the city on, a risk to profit on how much you spend and how much you make and the return which you get for that. I do think it's a responsibility for a city or a government body to improvements in the property. And I think it is a partnership between the two. And one of the partnerships between the two is I do have the equipment to go down there and help with the improvement. A lot of times what happens is, you were talking about here, is the park district here in San Mateo bought a whole bunch of pipe panels and a whole bunch of mats. They didn't have the labor to put them in. I put them in myself with some of my employees here. So they bought the materials. I did the labor on it. And that's a very typical example of the relationship that builds. In San Francisco, a lot of times we work with the union. The union wants to do everything on trimming trees. And then all of a sudden, we have trees that need to be trimmed. We say, can we trim some branches here? And they say, yes. So what we look for is a good supervisor to work with us. It can make us or kill us. If we get a city council that just doesn't believe in the horses, the operation won't work. So if you guys don't believe in having horses at the equestrian center and you still vote to do it, but you don't support it, you're going to kill it.
Yep. Thank you, Sean. I think you just described what's happened the last 20 years. Terry, I have a quick question for you. It was mentioned here that in someone's opinion, there's been minimal done by the Equestrian Association prior to the last couple of years. Would you agree that the Equestrian Center, in trying to maintain every decade dilapidating further facility and put on community events the way that they've done, do you think that what they have done has been minimal?
We talking recently, Mr. Mayor, or?
Last several years.
So again, my comment on that would be that the current group of board members at the Equestrian Center has made the difference. And I think that group of people, however long they've been there, have really worked towards public access and public use.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Christina Medina Dirksen, you might have the last word before we go to public comment. But before you do,
I'm going to ask for two things.
just before you do, just to reduce the stress of the schedule, at 10 o'clock.
That's where I'm going.
Go ahead then, Christina.
Thank you very much. Two things. Can we get a bathroom break, number one? And number two, can we, I'd like to make a motion that we go to extend this matter past 10 o'clock as per our policies in our city ordinances. Every time you go past 10 o'clock, you have to ask for that. And I'd like to go at least until public comment is completed and then council to reconvene as to next steps.
I'll second that.
Okay. Friendly amendment, rather than reconvene as to next steps, I think we can take a shot at that tonight. Maybe give it a time certain dead drop, like say 11 o'clock. And then at 10:45, if we're not even close to the end of public comment, we can make another motion to defer to a future the next steps. But if it's possible we get the next steps in tonight, we would.
With an amendment that maybe if anybody who would like to speak, raise their hands now so we have an idea of what it looks
That
like.
normally doesn't work, but we could ask. But With a friendly amendment, my friendly amendment suggestion is if you could give, let's say 11 o'clock as a hard stop, we could reconsider that if we're close and we want to go a little bit more.
Can we go for 11:30 since I'm looking at 9:42 right now? I'm sorry, maybe 10:42, an hour of
Yeah,
public.
10:40, how about 10:45?
Yeah.
Okay,
I-
there's a
I-
motion, does a second hold,
So
Councilmember Berkeley?
just point of clarification, because I think I misunderstood. When you mentioned to reconvene, you meant at another date? Another
I
meeting?
meant to say yes.
Oh, okay, so I am in favor of us going, maybe coming very close, if not resolving a decision of some sort tonight. So I'm in favor of, yes, going until 10:45.
Public comment is received, and next steps being, if we are not within that time frame, continue the conversation to another meeting.
Yeah, so I'm understanding that you're changing it to 10:45 hard stop with our ability to reconsider, but try to get public comment and next steps in by 10:45. If not, we can adjourn or extend it a few more minutes if needed.
And a bathroom break.
Yeah, and a bathroom break first.
Yes.
So let's go to a vote, please, on the extension to 10:45, starting with a bathroom break.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, so that motion passes. Let's be back here in 10 minutes. And who's got the proper time?
We want to be back at 5 to 10.
All right, so 10:55 p.m. we'll resume tonight. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'm checking the time. I think I have 9:55. Bob Brathy, is that about what you got?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have 9:55 on the nose.
Okay, Christina Medina Dirksen had the floor when you left. So if she's back now, we'll see if she had any further input before we go to public comment.
Let's go to public comment, please.
All right, so we only have about 45 minutes for the whole kit and caboodle. So council, if you don't object, what do you say we reduce our per person to 2.5 minutes? Or to leave it at 4 minutes or some other time?
I think we should leave it at 4 unless, because that's what people might have been preparing for.
Okay, well, we already have 15 people, times 4 would be an hour. So we will not be finishing public comment before 10:45.
We have 19 now.
Okay, then maybe we should give people an option to yield their time to somebody else.
Oh, that gets really iffy and complicated. But we, times 4 minutes, we'll be here
2.5
for 8.
minutes?
I'm sorry?
With 2.5 minutes, whatever.
All right, council at 2.5 minutes times at least 22 people.
Yeah.
We've done with public comment by 11. But Kathy Biala, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to suggest 2.5, but now I'm thinking we should do it to 2 minutes.
2.15. How about we do pi?
2.2. 2 minutes.
We all have 2.14444 minutes. Or is it 3.14? Sorry. All right. Well, Lisa, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would imagine there may be a fair amount of redundancy in the comments in support of one of the other concessionaires or one of this concessionaire. So with this many people and we still have much longer conversation, I'm with Mayor Pro Tem Biala that 2 minutes is a fair amount.
All right.
Well, I actually would like to keep it at 4 minutes with the option, because if this is a continued meeting, they can come back and speak their mind. We can't give, after we've been talking for 3.5 hours, we can't give the public 1 hour to speak. So if this is going to be continued, those who've spoken do not have their 4 minutes next time.
Councilmember Burnett, do you have an opinion on this timing? 2 minutes. All right. So Christina, if we did allow 4 minutes tonight, we would not finish public comment tonight. We would come back and tell people if they spoke tonight, they can't speak then.
Correct.
With our deliberations. So those are two models. Keep it 4 minutes, divide this meeting into 2 evenings, go down to 2 minutes, and maybe finish public comment tonight.
No, I would like to steadfast with the 4 minutes with a continuation if necessary, because those 60 people that were 71 people came to this meeting with their 4 minutes prepared. And maybe some will yield time to others. So I don't want to change my motion.
Okay. I would lobby for 2.5. We got 3 people that said 2. So I think that they win by majority. Lisa, do you have a final comment on this?
No, actually, I have a question. So if we did 2 minutes today and we continue to another meeting, would we then, to be fair, keep it that public comment was to 2 minutes so that it's fair for everyone?
Good point. Yep.
But that was not disclosed.
Well, then we are disclosing it now that we're likely going to go to 2 minutes per person. If you don't get a chance to speak tonight, we'll give 2 minutes per person for those who haven't spoken tonight at our next meeting. Full disclosure. And a little hypocritical for us to be redundant as elected officials, as we have been tonight, including myself, and not allow the public to be redundant. We're elected officials, so we get a little bit of leeway to get more time. So,
Motion been overruled
to the public, and I'm sorry, did someone speak just now?
I just said, did my motion get overruled? Because I'm for the 4 minutes still, because that was what was promised.
Okay, why don't we make a motion? But Bob, is that appropriate to make a motion on?
We could do it that way, sure. Usually it's done kind of more informally, but a motion, if you think is appropriate, that's fine. As long as we keep the motion to 2 minutes.
Would one of you 2-minute motioners like to make a 2-minute motion?
I'll make a motion that we go for 2 minutes.
I'll second.
All right, let's have a roll call, please. Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
No.
Councilmember Burnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
No, and thank you. That motion passes. So let's go to the public with 2 minutes per person, starting with Brian McCarthy. Hello, Brian, welcome.
Thank you. Disappointed at the time after the council spent so much time discussing, but in general, I'm not a horse person, as people have been saying. In fact, I often voice concern about the horse manure, as horse people say, our local streets and trails and the impacts that has. In fact, the equine use arguably has environmental impacts, and I hope we can discussion on that over time. I'll note the report didn't mention a CEQA class exemption, and although I'm not suggesting there shouldn't be one, I'd like to ask, my first question is this proposal project categorically exempt from CEQA, and if so, how? But having said that, I love my community. I absolutely understand and see the incredible value of this land and its equestrian use as a military child, spouse, and servant. I'm incredibly interested in the rich military history of this site and its use. But I'm even more interested in the radio use of this site. It's deeply concerning that that NPS, Mr. Siegenthaler, Mr. Murray, have to ask, where have you been? I understand the desire to correspond with only the city, but this community wants to hear directly from you and engage with you. We have a robust community that really wants to be part of this and not just the comments that are funneled through staff. I will offer my phone number because I don't have enough time to make the comments that I want to make. It's 904-638-6050. Again, for the record, 904-638-6050. I hope NPS will reach out to me. I've tried to reach out to them over a year ago by phone and email to discuss the radio use, which hasn't been discussed tonight, is part of the deed restriction, is part of the program of utilization. It's not being met. Really disappointed that hasn't been discussed. There needs to be more discussion on that before a decision is made. It's really unfair that the equestrian use is being discussed without that radio use being discussed. So I hope that you will postpone this until some of these questions can be answered. Thanks a lot and good luck.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Amir Alexander. Good evening, Amir.
Amir, are you saying Amy?
Yeah, A-M-I-R.
A-M-I-E, Alexander. That would be me.
Okay, there's an R on my screen, so I'm sorry for mispronouncing it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also terribly disappointed by this evening's railroading the public into such a brief moment. I have volunteered for many years. I see the MEE as an absolute benefit to the community, partly because of that, and also because of the service it provides to us residents who live here on the community. And I'd also like to mention that there are thousands of people who are being displaced from other parts of the peninsula into these outskirt communities. And it's not just tourists and visitors who are going to be utilizing the park as it is, and that the city should do its duty as a landlord to uphold its place in providing some of the improvement costs, just like their proposed vendors suggested as well. And that's all I have to say for now. I don't want to get into anything further, but I feel this entire event has been railroaded, and as it is tonight.
Thank you, Amy, for commenting and joining us tonight. Let's go to Philip Samaris or Samaris.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Philip.
Very good. Thank you for the short period of time. I'd just like to say I'm an attorney with Hicks, Fletcher, and Mack. I represent Dr. Grant. I submitted a letter in advance of this hearing on August 27th. I'll keep my points brief. The city is committed to providing some long-term boarding at the Marina Equestrian Center under the existing program of utilization. It was unanimously approved on July 16th of 2013. And it states unequivocally that the facilities will be available both for temporary and some long-term boarding. It's not ambiguous, and it was unanimously approved. And it's consistent with the original POU, and it's been offered since the inception. City is required to comply with the POU. It's like a general plan. In fact, David Siegenthaler referred to it as a guiding document. City staff cannot eliminate through a back door, the RFP, the commitment through the program of utilization to offer some long-term boarding. It can't just do away with the requirement through the RFP, and nor can the staff of the National Park Service do so. They haven't even been here since 2007. They took 3.5 years to review and approve the existing POU. These decisions should be made by City Council after notice to the public, an opportunity to be heard, to see whether or not they want to amend the governing document to take away that element. It should be vetted and discussed and voted upon, not just backdoored through an RFP with all of the proposals eliminating them because that's what they were told.
Thank you, Philip, for all that information. We're going to go to Dr. Karen Hassan. Hello, Karen, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Susan and Sean. It's nice to meet you guys and really great to hear from you. I'm an equine veterinarian, and I have been a thorn in everyone's side from the beginning to change what's going on at this park, to improve the quality of care and the facility itself. I founded Fort Ord Equine Foundation to finally stop the neglect and status quo of the last 23 years. And what has kept me in this, really kind of, you got a little bit of an indication of what it's been like. Most importantly, is to fully restore the historic buildings and establish the Fort Ord Station Veterinary Hospital Museum. This hospital marks the end of an era in our history, in human history. Horses have bravely gone into battle with humans since 1900 BC with great courage and heart and at great cost. The Fort Ord Station Veterinary Hospital is the last and only complete U.S. Army veterinary hospital in the country and marks an end of the U.S. Cavalry and the end of horse-drawn field artillery in the United States. The last chapter of The Horse Soldier was played out at Fort Ord. These horse soldiers and the veterinarians who cared for them deserve their place in history. These brave steeds who fought in battle, taking their wounds along with the men, deserve to be honored and remembered. For far too long, hidden from the public, neglected and underneath layers of modification, sits the last and only complete U.S. Army horse surgical hospital in the country. I guess that's all I have to say in my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Let's go to Mike Dearman. Hello, Mike.
Hi, I had a 4-minute statement prepared and I'll try and do my best. I am here today to express my deep concern regarding the validity of the RFP process for the MEC. The public deserves a thorough and transparent assessment of the MEC, its history and its current condition. Based on the actions of the city and city council members with regard to the MEC and the RFP, I do not feel that has occurred. The city has had an oversight role for the park for over 20 years, with the Marina Equestrian Association acting as the vendor for the property. It does not require any particular expertise to look at the facility in its current condition and see neglect and disrepair. The U.S. Cavalry and Fort Ord have a long and proud history, which only makes the current conditions and management of the property that much more disgraceful. The city, including some of the current council members, and in particular Mayor Delgado, are well aware of the history and conditions of the park. However, they have worked in conjunction with the current MEA membership to hide and outright misinform the public regarding the history of the MEA in managing the facility and the city's role in oversight. An entire generation of citizens in the Marina and Greater Monterey County region have been robbed of the opportunity to have a world-class park that provides a wide range of recreational and educational opportunities, Instead, the city has colluded with the MEA to support a facility that acts as a private fiefdom for a select few. The city owes the public a thorough accounting of how funds for the park have been allocated. The city owes the public an explanation for failing in its oversight of the park and the MEA. The city owes the public an explanation for failing for 20 years to deliver the public park that was envisioned when the property was transferred to the city. Until the city is forthright publicly about the history of the facility, its oversight of the park, and is honest about the restrictions and the dispositions and requirements of the park, I cannot expect the dialogue or decisions regarding the park to be conducted in good faith.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's move on to Margaret Davis. Good evening, Margaret.
Good evening. The bottom line is that Chaparral is the only concessionaire who is saying they can make this park and recreation area succeed without public boarding. City council members are busy voting for their friends rather than doing their duty, which is to approve a concessionaire who can and will meet the criteria of the city and National Park Service. There was a 5-year operating agreement between the city and MEA signed in 2005 that required it to operate as a public park and make substantial improvements, including new roofs and a covered arena. The operating agreement made them responsible to meet these criteria, even if it was not submitted to the National Park Service. They didn't do it. Over 20 years, the place literally fell apart. After 5 years into this agreement at the time of reconsideration, they put out an RFP back in 2008. MEA has not been in compliance while in this possession of this property for 20 years. The city had to go in and spend $400 to save the buildings before they collapsed. And why did MEA fail? I had a horse there 8 years. I was on the board of directors, but it's no mystery. It's because they're primarily there as horse owners, volunteers with a day job. They are not a business entity with staff and expertise, which Chaparral is. MEA is an organization. No one's picking on individual volunteers. The horse business is a tough business to make a go of. Understandably, MEA failed. And hats off to Chaparral for making it work in multiple locations. Council should give direction to staff to enter negotiations with Chaparral. The public deserves their long-awaited, multi-recreational, compliant public park. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Kathleen Venn. Hello, Kathleen. Waiting on you, Kathleen, to unmute yourself. And if you have technical, go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council officials, Mayor Bruce Delgado, Terry Segrist, and city staff for your time. My name is Kathleen Sittig-Vin. I am the Marina Equestrian Association Secretary and a current boarder at the Marina Equestrian Center Park. I would like to start by asking the City Council to reject the recommendation of the city staff. I believe it is only fair to allow the City Council to do their due diligence prior to making a decision to give our park to our outside corporation for the next 25 years without taking the time to review the other proposals. Currently, we have been in negotiations and are in agreement with Monterey Bay Equestrian Center. They are offering trail riding lessons and riding lessons and are approximately doing 250 people a month. We just hosted Day on the Farm with 250 Marina residents. And I have a question for the concessionaire Chaparral. We currently maintain the arena and we insure the arena, and we provide water, picnic tables, mounting blocks, and parking for the public to come and stage out of there and ride. Will they continue to do this? I also wanted to make a clarification. We have been doing a fall festival for over 10 years, and we do public events frequently. So We also have clinicians and horse shows there. I would ask you to forgive the sins of our previous board members and give us another look.
Thank you, Kathleen. Richard Andrade. Richard.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor Delgado. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have to say that I'm saddened by the 2 minutes. I had a prepared 4-minute speech, so I'll go as quickly as I can to get my points across. I'm a local entrepreneur. I'm on the Business Advisory Council for the college, CSUMB, and I also am trained in financial analysis reporting in accordance with the SEC rules. While the city has itself displayed its budget in a GAAP format or generally accepted accounting principles format, none of the others except from the MEA presented their pro formas in such a format. Further, the deed of the property specifically does not address long-term boarding by specifically excluding it. That was made clear again tonight by the NPS. In addition, per the NPS, the approved MOU can be amended for public use. In addition to that, there is a situation mentioned by the letter from the Parks Department to the city that there could be a minimal of boarding. So as we see it, or as I see it, if the purpose is for public recreation and public use, and a boarded horse were to be used for public benefits such as lessons or trail rides, then that would specifically meet the intent and the spirit of the agreement. There are many, many other things about the financial statements that were presented by Chaparral that are inconclusive or just plain wrong. The rent that was listed was not enlisted in the full year, and it's excluded. None of the financials are prepared in accordance with GAAP, causing lots and lots of confusions. There is no change in use since the MEA started operations of the stable, and the long term was in fact that there was boarding at the stables and agreed to by the members of the city council in 2008, I believe, if I recall correctly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Richard. Let's go to Lindsay. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Hi. Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
we can
Thank
hear
you, City Council. Thank you, City Council and residents of Marina, for taking the time for the public to address this matter tonight. My name is Lindsay Beery, and I'm a resident instructor at the Marina Equestrian Association. Tonight, you will hear about several troubling aspects of the Chaparral Corporation's proposal that they submitted in response to the City of Marina's request for proposal. However, I would just like to touch on the lessons youth activities part of this. Chaparral Corporation brazenly claims they will generate $16,000 monthly from lessons and an additional $23,000 monthly in youth events. I've been an instructor for 10 years in this area, and I find it personally insulting that they can even attempt to sell this to city staff. Bearing the projected numbers from Chaparral in mind, please consider the fact that Pebble Beach Equestrian Center has indefinitely suspended their lesson and youth events program as of this year due to it not being profitable. Holman Ranch closed their public lessons and camp programs in 2011 for the same reasons. I couldn't help but notice that Chaparral's projected annual vet bills were a mere $900, while their food and entertainment says $1,800 annually. $900 is approximately what you would pay for 2 healthy horses wellness care annually. This excludes any injuries or unforeseen illnesses that your horse could experience. They reserve $75 monthly for vet care and $150 for themselves in food and entertainment. I don't think I really need to further spell out what kind of people these are, as they do it for you in their own financials. Putting aside the absolute joke their projected lesson youth events revenue is, I think it is very important the City Council considers what it would look like for City of Marina to host a corporation that has upwards of 40 horses with a budget of $900 annually reserved for veterinary care. In closing, I pose these questions to City Council. What problems will arise for the community by City of Marina gaining revenue on the backs of animals? And how will upwards of 48 horses owned by a corporation be a more equitable use of the property versus 40 horses owned by individuals with the mission of serving the
Sorry,
public?
Lindsay.
That's it.
Lindsay, thank you very much, Lindsay. Thanks for joining us tonight. Let's go to Denise Turley.
Hi, thank you. A couple of things that I don't think that came up were some kind of a plan for fires, because you can't tell me if you have forest places all over California that you haven't been impacted by the fires, how that would work. And you don't know, but in the last fire, there were a lot more than horses that were evacuated and had to stay at the MEA. Would you have a plan for that? Thanks, Lisa, for your thorough conversation about some of the things that horses needs that I didn't hear earlier. And boy, you guys sound like you're so far apart. I don't predict a good outcome for the two parties getting together and making something that's being successful. But maybe if you were honest with each other and listen to each other, maybe. Have a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Kim Stemler. Hello, Kim. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, council members. I'm a resident of Marina and have been here since 2004. I'm concerned about the conduct of the council establishing a process whereby staff makes recommendations at the behest of the council direction, and then the council questions the direction of staff. Staff making recommendations for an RFP process is normal and appropriate. A questioning of the direction of staff at the level I've seen tonight is not normal, even if it's legal. I think we have an issue with transparency in this council. Similar to the findings of the grand jury report of 2012, I too have concerns about inappropriate interference by city council members who support and are actively involved with the Marina Equestrian Association. I came into this meeting late and sincerely hope that both the mayor and Councilmember Medina revealed their relationship over the last few years with the Marina Equestrian Association. We have both been actively involved with and supportive of the MEA. Although I'm confident, or at least believe they're not gaining financially, I'd like them to disclose that. And that includes getting free lessons. They are still very involved with this applicant. Like the grand jury question, I wonder if their participation in the decision tonight is ethical. This inappropriate was highlighted in the grand jury report of 2012. As reported by the Monterey Herald reporter, and I quote, the grand jury criticized an unidentified council member, widely seen as being Delgado, for interfering with city business on the staff level. I see this happening, and it's inappropriate. I have complained about the MEA and complained to the city council, to almost all of you, except for Christina, who's new. I've hiked around the park with my dog since 2004, and until recently, the property has only been self-serving to boarders and has been horrendously maintained. If you walk around the back, it's still horrendously maintained. I do applaud the MEA for their—
Thank you, Kim. I hate to do this. It's my job to say your 2 minutes is up.
Okay.
But stay in touch. Okay.
Oh.
Glenn Woodson. Go ahead, Glenn.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. If the city is the owner of the current National Park Service, and the city has not created or enforced a concessionaire agreement in the last 21 years, how can the current concessionaire be held responsible for deferred maintenance when the city itself has not determined what type of EPS concessionaire binding agreement they are under? Category 1. Based on Chaparral proposal, they have put forward no improvement costs. So the assumption, Mr. Mayor, is that they are truly a Category 2 proposal. Or are we as the citizens going to end up picking up the improvement costs required for their phase 1, 2, and 3 plans? How can we do a valid RFP when we didn't even give all the potential a level playing field to respond? Further, this proposal does not address all the requirements of the current NPS agreement with the city of Marina, even though there is a legally binding agreement. For example, the long-term boarding agreement of 2013, and the ham radio requirements that date all the way back to the initiation. Do we really think that a park with on-site full-time residents, an RV park, increased paved parking, and a new wedding venue is the right thing for the residents of this community? While Seaside is developing a viable campus town, we are creating Western Town per the proposal. Where they are creating real housing for people, real commercial development, and enhanced park facilities, we are making a replica military installation in Western Fort where, quote, most of the town will be facades. Instead of a viable equestrian center that will be built around the needs of our community, including our disadvantaged populations, as they say, that's not our responsibility as a Title C corporation. If approved, we are creating a new stockade, one that will imprison our community and one that is fiscally irresponsible and doomed for failure. In conclusion, please table this proposal, regenerate a valid RFP process and award. 94 minutes, City Council, is what you spent on the definition of long-term over the comments of your citizens tonight.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Next is Jenna Larkin.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to start by saying it is very unfortunate that we were reduced to 4 minutes after listening to the redundancy of the city council and the city staff. For transparency purposes, I will advise you that I am a new board member at the Marina Equestrian Association. I have been taking my daughters there for lessons and other programs for the last 3 years. And I wanted to ask the city staff what metrics they use to distinguish the difference between a corporation using the facility to keep their horses to provide paid public access and an association made up of riding instructors, trail ride companies, and volunteer members that provide services to the community for a fee, but also an equal for no charge. Additionally, the repetitive nature of bringing up the past transgressions of the Marina Equestrian Association needs to stop. The majority of the board members were not even graduated from college when this all began. You cannot punish people who are trying to do good for this community based on what happened in the past. I yield my 20 seconds to Nicole Fisher.
All right, thank you, Jenna. Let's go to Jennifer Pendergrass. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, thanks. I'm a Marina resident. I'm a single mom and a business owner here. And I've been taking my daughter since she was 3 years old to the Equestrian Center for horseback riding and all kinds of events. My experience has been in the last couple of years, we've been ravaged by fires, by pandemics, and the Marina Equestrian Center has been the backbone of our community, a backbone that has provided sanctuary. It's provided an opportunity for us to come together when we were separated in our homes. I do not support the Chaparral bid. I do not support gentrification in our community. If they get it, my daughter will no longer be able to ride horses in Marina. We won't be able to afford it. The Marina Equestrian Center charges, Marina, right now, they charge $130 to $160 for boarding. That's going to go up to $1,000 or more, they say. I can't imagine what a horseback riding lesson would cost, but I know it will be beyond what I can afford. So I really hope that, people can look at the numbers and realize maybe now is a time for us all to come together. Maybe we can give the bid to more than one. Maybe we can take the strong points from, say, the MEA's bid and Chaparral. Maybe we can work together. Is that possible? Have we considered that? I would like that to be considered, if the option is for the MEA to leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we next go to Amy Warren. Hello, Amy.
Hello. Thank you, City Council and City staff for working so hard on this issue. I am an associate member at the Marina Equestrian Association. I'm also a member of the Marina community in that I direct the Guitars Not Guns program that takes place out of the Marina Teen Center. So I have a real concern about accessibility in the community. And I think for that reason alone, the City Council should absolutely vote against Chaparral. The current Marina Equestrian Center works very hard to provide free and affordable programming. And that's a really important aspect of horses. Also, I would like to highlight that I believe that the Chaparral financials are absolutely unrealistic. And I urge horse owners to look at that and the City Council to take time to evaluate and have an expert look at these issues. Because as Lindsay Beery pointed out, they're projecting profits in areas that Pebble Beach Equestrian Center and other areas vendors have found unviable in this area. Absolutely, they're talking about programs that are going to be too expensive for the majority of Marina families. And so where they're going to draw their customer base is an open question. And I also want to say that they have no money allocated for utilities, water, power, et cetera, which costs the Marina Equestrian Association thousands of dollars a month. So if the city, in addition to other things, is planning to take on thousands of dollars of utility expenses for this vendor, this private corporation, that's really going to change their financial outlook. And if they're not going to take on those expenses, then the Chaparral's current financial statements do not add up and they will be running at a loss. If they operate at a loss, they're going to leave that site and there will be no nonprofit to run it. And that land is going to go up for public auction, it sounds like, potentially, or be converted into non-community usage. So anyway, I urge you to vote against Chaparral and give time to consider the other vendors.
Thank you, Amy. Let's go to Terry Mastick. Terry, we're going to promote you to panelist because that's what my computer is telling me to do. So go ahead, Terry. See if you can unmute yourself, Terry. And we might have technical changes here, technical problems. So Terry, if you cannot speak, if you can't unmute yourself, you have to figure out some other way. So we'll move you back to attendee and give you another chance in the future here before we roll up tonight. So let's go on with Pat. Go ahead, Pat. And Terry Mastick, try again in a few minutes. But Pat.
Now am I here? There we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I ask that council vote not to approve or make any decisions tonight regarding the next concessionaire. If you do vote to approve, I ask that you direct staff to negotiate an agreement under the condition that the concessionaire return with a plan that continues to include a portion of the MEC be available for community recreation provided by long-term boarding as outlined as one of the 7 uses acceptable in the city's approved 2013 program of utilization. The 2013 program of utilization has many equestrian uses, including both temporary and some private long-term boarding. For the right horse, a public park is a terrific place for a horse to live and for the public to enjoy a continuous relationship with the resident horses and a deeper understanding of the relationship between humans and horses as distinguished from commercially available horses. If the rules Mr. Siegenthaler quotes required the stables to be closed, why didn't Pete Sly say so when he granted our community the right to keep 82 boarding stall stables? Why didn't Siegenthaler say so in 2010? The requirement is that we don't have boarding as the only or restricting use. The park can offer both 4 months and long-term boarding and broadly serve the recreational needs of the public. The two are not mutually exclusive. Boarding of horses from the public currently occupies only 1 acre of a very busy community park consistent with the 2013 POU. How can anyone assert that that isn't a tremendous public use? Very much has changed at the MEC since Mr. Siegenthaler visited in 2008. The city should be promoting and defending our broad-based community park for what the community believed they were getting, and with boarding as an integrated part of the park. Tonight is the first opportunity for the public to comment on this significant issue. This isn't road paving. Is this how we do things in Marina?
Thank you, Pat. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's my job. Thank you very much. Let's go to Kate Spencer. Go ahead, Kate.
Okay, good evening and thank you. I am a local tourism business owner, a biologist and naturalist, and an associate member of the Marina Equestrian Association. I started volunteering with the evacuated animals during the wildfires last year, and now I'm there every day. I urge council to postpone a vote until the ranking can be revisited with a full review of all the proposals. I'm very concerned that a public park could be turned over to a private corporation for a 20-year lease without adequate time for both the public and council to fully evaluate the proposals that were only made public 10 days ago. This time last year, dozens of volunteers took in over 200 horses and 150 other animals under the umbrella of the SPCA for Monterey County. We took in horses from the mudslides that happened after the fires. We are an essential resource for the entirety of Monterey County. My question first is, will Chaparral function as an evacuation site at the same level? When COVID hit and the MEA found out we had a chance to secure a long-term lease, we sprang into action to create a COVID-safe, welcoming set of free programs for the community, including many that have already been listed. Question is, why did staff rank MEA lower in our concept plan? I'm sorry to say that Chaparral does not demonstrate the cultural awareness to create programs that reflect and support the diversity of Marina. They propose a frontier town with a teepee and a focus on 1930s pre-mechanization farm culture. That's great, but why was MEA rated lower on our concept plan when we include nature education, endangered plant protection, music lessons, literacy, and more? And as a horse lover, I'm concerned about the welfare of working horses. I'd like to know whether Chaparral has ever auctioned horses, or do they get to live out their lives in retirement in a large pasture? Finally, as a boat owner, I looked up whether NPS has marinas with long-term boat slip rentals, and it does. Why does NPS think that private boat storage is a legitimate public use when individual horse boarding is not? I urge council to vote no or postpone a vote as we can discuss these issues more. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And let's go to Jasmine.
Mr. Mayor, the sound is really breaking up on so many speakers. It's really hard to hear.
Maybe if we all keep our things muted when we're not speaking, that'll mitigate it.
Okay, Matt Mogerson, are you controlling the timer now?
Yes, ready to go.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, please, Jasmine.
Hi there, Mayor and City Council and members of the public. I just, aside from the grammatical errors in the proposer's proposal, I was mostly concerned about the allotted money to veterinary care annually. They said, I'm sure it's based on the need, which is kind of questionable now, but they allotted $900 annually, and that is roughly for 1 or 2 horses. So I would assume their business would produce more than 1 or 2 horses. The other issue I had was with the maneuver removal. There was no mention of that, and that's just kind of ties into the care of horses and maintenance of the property. I'd like to ask the City Council to table this idea so that we can look through these proposals and see what fits best. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Let's go to Kyle Sullivan. Hello, Kyle.
Good evening, council members. I have a few questions here. The first set are geared towards Chaparral. In your proposal, you stated that you are members of the PG, Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, and Marina Chamber of Commerce. and I looked into that, and you are not. Secondly, how many events that will you be putting on that will be free to the public, or will everything have a cost associated with it? Marina is a low-income demographic. Many of the events that the MEA puts on are free to the public. So I just am curious to know how many events you will be putting on that will be free to the general public. Next, I was instrumental in the fire evacuations, the mudslide evacuations, and all of our major events. I know what it takes for manpower. I know that I personally volunteered day in, day out, all hours of the night, first thing in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. I am curious to know what your plan for those type of things are. If that will be your staff, if you will be requiring volunteer participation for those things. Additionally, as Lane Long mentioned earlier, for the past 9 years, the city staff has been less than participatory in the equestrian center. How do you feel that you will manage that relationship and make sure that you have a good working relationship with them? My next 2 questions are for city staff. I'm curious to know if Chaparral was hand selected and invited to apply for this RFP by city staff. Also, as the property was deeded, 75% of the revenues from the property are supposed to be put back into the facility. If city staff can clarify how much money has been put back into maintenance on the facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. And we'll try to get to the questions as soon as we can. Crystal Giacomelli.
Mr. Mayor, point of order about the time. It's 10:41. So do we want to go till the end of all of public comment?
So good,
I'll
great.
make a motion. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So we have 9 attendees at 2.5 minutes. That would take another 25 minutes, let's say. Go ahead with your motion, Lisa.
I'd like to make a motion that we go to the end of public comment and then continue, within the next 2 weeks, even if it's a special meeting, so that we can complete this.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Can we have
Can I make an amendment?
You can ask for a friendly amendment or make a substitute motion.
When do we come back for budget session, Elaine?
It's probably October 5th, the October 5th council meeting.
Okay.
We're
2
shooting
weeks.
for the, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
We're
Lane.
shooting for the 28th, but that would be a vacant Tuesday that we could potentially continue this discussion to.
So based on your information, the most convenient time for staff to be available for a special meeting is?
Yeah, staff, we can work around it, but generally from a council perspective, I think everyone tries to keep Tuesdays open. And so 2 weeks would be the 14th. That's the second Tuesday of September. That's a possibility.
Can we continue it 1 week?
Lane.
I don't, Councilmember Burnett, we're trying to get a special meeting, and he will not be available on the 7th and the 8th. So I think a week would be problematic.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Christina, do you have a friendly amendment to request, or do you like to make a substitute motion?
My substitute motion is that we come back within a week's time to continue this matter.
You mean end now and finish public comment then?
No, I'm so sorry. No, continue with public comment and come back 1 week later, which is next Tuesday, to continue the conversation.
Okay, we have a meeting on next Tuesday, I thought, on September 7th.
We were trying to schedule a special closed session, but Councilmember Burnett is traveling and won't be available on that date. So we're going to try to schedule another day for that.
Yeah, our regular meeting is the 8th, I believe, because of the holiday.
So we had a meeting scheduled for the 7th, but it's not going to happen. We have a meeting on the 8th. but the agenda is too full. Is that why we can't do this on the 8th, Blaine?
We could try it on the 8th.
I don't want to overextend ourselves and promise something we can't deliver. So rather than shoehorn it, I'd like to pick a night that's likely to be no stress to finish this item.
So I'd like to amend my motion then. I'd like to amend my motion, if this is good for city staff, that we continue this meeting on the 8th and then as a special meeting, and then we move our regularly scheduled meeting to the 14th. Or
We have a
vice
meeting on
versa.
the 8th. Do we not have a meeting on the 8th? That's
We
what
do
I
have
see.
it. That's what I'm saying, that we, instead of doing regular scheduled meeting, we do a special meeting then. We complete this item. We move our regularly scheduled meeting, I guess, to a special meeting to do what would have been on the 8th, on the 14th.
The 9th.
On the 14th.
Can we move it to the 9th?
The regular meetings are already set for the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and so Lisa is proposing that our regular meeting on the 8th handle this item, and at some subsequent date, either the next day or the next week, we take what would have been on the regular agenda on for a special meeting.
Okay.
Can I propose that? Can I propose that we go until this continue to the 9th? So we have our regular council meeting on the 8th and continue this matter to the 9th, which is the very next day, which is a Thursday.
Lisa, it's your motion. Are you interested in amending it to that regard?
I'm open to what Councilmember Medina Dirksen said. I just saw, though, however, Mayor Pro Tem looked like she had a comment, and so I'd like to hear her input as well.
Oh, Kathy is just talking too much tonight. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy.
September 9th is the Planning Commission, is it not?
The 9th, they're actually having a special presentation with the downtown vitalization plan to the Chamber of Commerce that night. I'm also on a flight. I'll be on a flight on the evening of the 9th, so I will not be available.
Okay, Lisa, will you repeat your
So my emotion, my emotion is that we continue tonight to the end of public comment, and that we add this topic as the first item to be addressed on our September 8th regularly scheduled meeting, and then we'll take it from there. But Councilmember Burnett, will you be at the meeting on the 8th?
Yes.
It's problematic. I can't commit right now.
Well, we already have a meeting on the 8th. So Lisa, who was the seconder on your motion?
Councilmember Burnett, I think.
Burnett, does your second hold, Councilmember Burnett?
To essentially swap this continued meeting with our regular meeting on the 8th.
No, that's not the motion. It's to start the regular 8th meeting with this agenda item and let the chips fall on the rest.
Oh, jeez. Sure.
That's your second hold. Your second hold.
Sure.
Okay, Christina Medina Dirksen. Go ahead, Christina.
I'd like to support this motion with the caveat that any time of the essence proposals or agreements be put ahead of this. So I'm for this with the caveat that anything that is time sensitive, financially sensitive, regulatory sensitive goes before this matter.
Councilmember Berkeley, you're willing to accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes. And I'm going to ask that staff try and keep any of those things for another day, but unless there's something urgent, yes, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, now does the second hold, David Burnett?
Can staff identify any planned items that would conflict with the request restriction that Councilmember Medina Dirksen has placed on this?
Yeah, the 8th, we have consent calendar items. If they stay on the consent calendar, the only really major item we have is a public hearing for the accessory dwelling units. That can be put after the equestrian center very easily, and if we don't get to it, that can be continued to a future meeting Fred Agater will be retired by then. He was going to be, that is his presentation. So that's the only complicating factor with that.
Can we
Okay,
beg
well-
him to, can we beg him to say? Sorry, Fred.
Lane, I think that might work. Any consent agendas I can put at the end of the agenda rather than the start. So it sounds like we have a working motion. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Now, my question for the public council, do we continue public comment now, or do we adjourn now and finish it when we retake up this item on the 8th? What was your
Adjourn
motion?
now.
The motion was to continue public comment.
Okay. You mean to by continue, you mean postpone it to finish on the 8th?
No, I mean to continue tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then for the public and the council, we'll finish comment tonight, those that are here. And on the 8th, we will not take more public comment, but we will come to some conclusion as far as action on September 8th, first thing after our consent agenda.
Mayor, is that fair? People who have not commented before, not offering them an opportunity to comment?
Yeah, if we close public comment tonight, everyone would have had the chance to comment on this issue.
So
But this is not a public hearing, though. If they've not commented, if they don't comment tonight, they would have, and it's on the agenda for the 8th, they would have an opportunity to comment on the 8th.
All right, I stand corrected. Thank you, Councilmember Medina Dirksen and Bob Rathie.
And
So yeah,
just-
we'll finish public comment there is tonight, then we'll adjourn and we'll pick up with this issue, including more public comment for those who haven't commented tonight on September 8th. Okay,
Mr. Mayor, just point of clarification, thank you. So in the public comment on this item on our next meeting, public comment would only be limited to 2 minutes so that we're keeping fair with everyone here tonight. Is that correct?
we can do that. Please remind me. I
Okay.
mean, we can do that and that would be the fair thing to do.
Okay. And if that can be added to the minutes or the agenda item on the packet, that would be great. Thank you.
All right.
Right,
So we,
good idea.
so Bob Rathie, we
Yes, sir.
voted on the motion. So this additional nuance, is it in the minutes or do we take it up on the 8th?
It's just direction, I think, to the, to staff that when we draft the agenda that we, for the 8th, that we will have on the agenda, that comment on this particular matter will be limited to 2 minutes at the council's direction. In the interest of fairness, we can say.
All right. Thank you, public, for being patient. We have at least 9 more folks that want to speak tonight. Crystal?
Hello, my name is Crystal Giacomelli, and I'm a new resident of the Marina community. I ask you to look at Chaparral's profit and loss page. One major concern is Chaparral has budgeted only $75 in vet care for their entire herd of horses, yet they budget $150 on entertainment and meals for themselves. This clearly shows Chaparral's animal neglect. Sand rid alone is $20 per horse to keep your horse alive on the sand. I'm going to read an excerpt from a local Yelp review. And I start, Chaparral is the worst place to go for a ride because the horses are so poorly cared for, their coats lackluster, eyes are dull, some hooves are cracked and ribs are showing. I saw horses drenched in sweat, one ride after the other, and one put another ride immediately. No break, no water, nothing. No horses were, I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because reading this review from a local Gilroy resident from the Milpitas Center. One horse was missing a shoe and still being worked. Without proper nutrition, grooming, and vet care, it is both unsafe for horse and rider. I know what a healthy horse should look like since I own 2. These horses look like as if they would drop at any moment. They were resigned to their sad fates of being owned by a for-profit. Let me end that review now. Again, all these reviews are public if you just go on Yelp or Google. This certainly is not the type of for-profit corporation that should be allowed to have complete control over Marina's Equestrian Center. On page 21 of the RFP, the city states, And I quote, "The city reserves the sole right to select proposal that represents the best overall value." My question is, why didn't city staff select multiple proposals for the best overall value of this large shareable park? Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. And let's go to Paul Berry. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. Thank you, staff. My name is Paul Berry. I evaluated the Chaparral submission and I have one point that I need to make to the council. The evaluation of Chaparral as the most qualified respondent to the RFP is inconsistent with the evaluation criteria established in the request for proposals. I've submitted to the record a written comment that details those inconsistencies. I encourage all members of the public, council, and staff to review it because my conclusions are damning. With my limited time, I'd like to highlight two specific issues. Consider the overall sums shown in Chaparral's projected profit and loss. Chaparral estimates a monthly revenue of just over $3,000 and an annual revenue of approximately $50,000. I'll repeat that, $3K a month, $50K a year. That math is obviously illegitimate, yet the Chaparral proposal achieved the highest score in this category of the city's evaluation. While it's problematic that the Chaparral Corporation did not take the time to review their basic profit and loss, review of their cash flow and pro forma is far more troubling. I detail multiple issues in my written comments, but I believe that Brian McMinn made the most important point for me when he pulled up the MEA proposal, where the pro forma was shown and critiqued. That information is not included in that proposal by accident. It is specifically required in the RFP. An assessment of that pro forma comprises 20% of a respondent's overall score. I cannot emphasize this strongly enough. Despite that requirement, that information is completely absent from the Chaparral proposal. Despite a specific mandate in the RFP to include a cash flow analysis and pro forma for a 5, 10, and 15-year time period, the Chaparral Corporation proposal includes nothing other than a mathematically incorrect one-year profit and loss statement. It seems to me that these omissions and errors are completely disqualifying and urge the council to reject the recommendation of staff to accept this incomplete, misleading, and disqualifying proposal. And as a last-minute question, how is it possible to conduct a consistent and fair assessment of competing proposals while simultaneously excluding the...
I'm sorry, Paul. We had to move on. So you might want to email your question that didn't get asked tonight, and we'll try to get that answered. Let's go to Candace Lutien. Go ahead, Candace.
Hi, thank you for all you do to meet the needs of the growing Marina community. My name is Candace. I'm a Reiki practitioner. I am not a Marina resident, but during last year's fires, I offered free services for fire victims and evacuees. An MEA member contacted me because the MEC was housing over 350 evacuated animals from the surrounding area and saw that some of the evacuees were struggling with emotions and trauma brought on by the fires. The warmth of the people I met, the passion they had for supporting the community through their horses was a breath of fresh air in that tumultuous time. I've been to multiple stables in the area while looking to lease a horse, and a warm welcome, permission to wander the rows of horses, petting them are not the standard anywhere horses were kept, except at the Marina Equestrian Center Park, where average people have horses and share them and their knowledge with the community. I became an associate member, began volunteering and taking riding lessons there. Run down and burdened by years, there is no doubt that the MEC could use a refresh, but it is still a welcoming place. In my time volunteering, I have seen so many happy families enjoying fresh air while children run through the sand full of laughter for less than the cost of a bag of carrots. When the storms earlier this year brought mudslides, it was volunteers who built corrals and evacuated animals, who showed up in the pouring rain and dug trenches around the historic buildings so they weren't flooded. The MEC evacuation site with volunteer coordination is a safety net for the entire Monterey Peninsula. This is a vital service that frees up county and city employees to direct resources elsewhere during an emergency. Having read all the proposals, I don't envy you the decision you need to make. The visions are all very different and have their pros and cons, but each proposal was supposed to be objectively ranked by city staff according to 4 evaluation criteria outlined in the RFP, which includes the proposer's concept plan and service and maintenance program. The MEA and Chaparral both offer riding lessons, beginner lessons, trail rides, short-term horseboarding, and camps and therapeutic riding and boarding for horses being used for public benefit. Yet Chaparral offers nothing like the evacuation service or the plethora of free programs and activities MEA volunteers have been coordinating for the local community, yet scored higher. How is the objective ranking determined? Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. And let's go to Crystal. Oh, sorry. Let's go to Sharon.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Cheryl Lynn, and I just wanted to make a few statements and ask some questions. In Chaparral's response to the RFP,
Did we lose that?
Can you repeat yourself, starting with Chaparral's response to the RFP, please? Cheryl?
yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, my name is Cheryl Lynn. I have a comment and a few questions. In Chaparral's response to the RFP, they mentioned constructing a mini Western town with a jail, panning for gold, and villains popping out. They also mention a sarsaparilla bar where children can have a sarsaparilla. How does this mini theme park honor the history of Florida Ord and the cavalry? They even mention Ed the Talking Horse in their plans. Is this what the community really wants? A Western Wally World? Who's going to pay for this? The MEA has performed many free services and events, such as horsing around educational videos, holiday themed events, and drive-throughs free to the community, and lessons, free lessons, the first Sunday of each month, hosted brownie troops and local teen dances. We have spent hundreds of voluntary hours evacuating and providing a safe haven for horses and other animals during the fires. What will Chaparral offer to the community? Free. In my experience, a for-profit corporation does not offer these events and services, and that's my concern. So please keep that in mind. I am a third generation in the Monterey Peninsula, and I would love to see the community stay a part of the community and not just think of tourists only. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sherilyn. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My biggest issue tonight is the issue of the National Park Service's Land to Parks program. We heard tonight that Chaparral was the only proposer from the RFP who was not doing long-term boarding. And then we have heard from a couple of people that, oh, you don't have to, you have to allow long-term boarding because that's what the council voted to do. But what they don't recognize is that what the council voted to do was to approve a proposed program of utilization, proposed, and send it to the National Park Service Land to Parks program, David Siegenthaler, for him to review and then decide if it met the criteria for the program of utilization that would meet the Land to Parks program. It did in every way except for private boarding. Private, permanent, long-term boarding is not allowed because it's not considered a public benefit. Now, the public may disagree with that, but the council and members of the public don't have a voice in that one area. David Siegenthaler is following the program of utilization's requirements under the National Park Service's Land to Parks program. I was on 2 committees related to this, and that was always the conclusion.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Let's go to Carly Agar. Hello, Carly.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, good evening, Carly. Carly, you disappeared. Carly, come on back and we'll go next to Lindsay Alexander and then come back to Carly. If you could check back in with us, Carly. Let's go ahead with Lindsay Alexander. Lindsay, now you disappeared. So the last two people I have hit ask to unmute, and there's Lindsay. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Lindsay may need to hit *6 or *7 on her phone.
Lindsay, if you hit *6 or *7, and we'll still try to figure out what happened to Carly before you.
Hi,
Okay.
are you there?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, thanks. Hi, this is Lindsay Alexander. Thanks for the opportunity to share some feelings tonight. First, I just wanted to remind everyone that the reason we're even here tonight having this discussion is because of the founding members of the Marina Equestrian Association, who 25 plus years ago formed the association and approached the city of Marina to save it for horse boarding. So when we talk about compliance, it's just crazy because long-term boarding was the whole reason the MEA was formed. Maybe looking back, we should have gone a different avenue for this land, but here we are. So my other thought is, if horses currently boarded at the Marina Equestrian Association were all used for public purposes and programs, are those horses still considered boarders? I believe that there is a public serving job for every one of those horses that would meet the requirements set forth by the National Park Service and will meet the public access need. I have a question for the city. I understand that the city used their consultants, management partners for scoring. The scores that were provided, were those scores only from the outside consultants, or did the city staff also provide scoring input on the proposals? And with regards to emergency evacuation, I think we all know what the volunteer members of MEA did last year during the river fire. I went through Chaparral's proposal. I only saw one mention of the word evacuation, and that was to describe the one staff person that they intend to train in evacuation procedures, one single person. Took us about 30 people per day, and the city should be encouraging the next concessionaire to have an evacuation plan. I don't think the city's ready to push forward for Chaparral at this point.
Thank you, Lindsay. And now we'll give Carly, we're trying to give her another chance, Carly. Go ahead, Carly. And if we can promote you to panelist, we will. Whoops, there we go.
All
Okay,
right.
Carly.
Can you
Go
guys
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
Okay. Should I join as a panelist? Should I click that?
Just start speaking now. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So I guess I'll just kind of go off where I kind of got cut off. So I'm just going to end it off with at least the importance of what the MBA is for, and that's absolutely community. And, you know, Susan and Shane, I know you guys are probably great folks. You know, you're in it for the business, and I totally get it, right? We all got our horses. We've all had horses trained or bred or where, you know, wherever it may be. But this is a community, and I think we really need to keep that aspect alive here in Marina, because I think there's plenty of topics that all of us have brought up: evacuations, a community simply of having trail rides and having picnic time, even trailing my horse out to the location before I ever had a horse on the property. That looks like that's going to go away. You know, it's just, you can have high-end horse living, and then you can have our average person, and we are just happy the way we are. Yes, it's a little run down, and I think we've already emphasized that for the reasoning probably led on by our landlords. And yes, it is all volunteer ran, which I think is extremely impressive. And I do want to add, just with the examples of the board pricing for $1,000, that's incredibly steep. I mean, if you look around our area, even in Santa Cruz, you know, out in like Larkin Valley, like there's boarding, top-notch boarding for like $700. And they've got lessons and they've got events and they've got that trail access and all the above. So that was just so shocking. That that's their example. But that's, you pay for what you want. And I think we live in a great barn and it is very clean. And yes, some of the buildings are run down, but I'm running out of time and I don't want to keep on talking, but thanks again, everyone, and please rethink looking at the NBA's proposal.
Thank you, Carly, and thank you, everyone in the public. You did a great job, even though you were restricted to 2 minutes. So I think that is it, but before we say goodnight, are there any next steps that we need to take? Councilmember Marina Dirksen, I know you have a comment, but Bob Rathie, I don't think we have a lot of leeway to say too much at this point. Is that correct?
Are you talking about responding to questions or? Yeah, well, no, we don't with the time limitations
Well,
under.
we will respond to questions when we pick this up at the start, as close as possible to the start of the September 8th Wednesday council meeting. And aside of that, Bob, we'll discuss the next steps at that time as well. Is that correct?
That would be on the agenda, yeah. We would.
Okay. So to Susan and Sean, thank you very much. You're kind of thrown into a crossfire here and you've done extremely well. We really appreciate tonight and all the work that you put into this before tonight. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, I did. We know we've got a date certain when we come back, but is there something that we wish to have the staff do a little bit more work on? Because if we don't discuss that when we meet, they may not have anything new or further information.
I agree, but City Attorney, tell us what we can do here. Can we vote right now to go another 5 or 10 minutes, or must we adjourn?
Sure, you can vote to go another 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect, Kathy?
That motion that we go for another 10 minutes to decide some recommendations for staff for the next meeting.
Okay, I'll second that. Christina Medina Dirksen, do you want to speak to that? Well, in discussion before we go to a vote?
We go to 11:30.
Okay. Kathy, would you accept a friendly amendment to 11:30?
Sure.
If needed. Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please, Matt?
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
and Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, Kathy, do you want to proceed and then we'll go to Christina Medina Dirksen?
You know, I'm really torn here because on the one hand, I want to get some information that also applies to the other two applicants, but I'm not sure we may have to first discuss what is it that our mandate is at this point, to go with the staff's recommendation of focusing primarily on the recommended vendor, or are we asking for a broader reconsideration? And so I'm a little hesitant about suggesting some comparisons when that's not the mandate of what the resolution was about.
Okay, Kathy, do you have any further input, or is that it for now?
Well, I think what I would like to do is to really discuss whether we focus just on this one vendor, or are we expanding our purview now to reconsider, if you will, all three.
Well, if we get too far into where you're going tonight, it's not really doing what we said we were going to do, that we were going to finish public comment on the 8th, or I'm sorry, yeah, have public comment on the 8th. I mean, yes, and then we would discuss next steps, which should include the kind of discussion you're opening now.
Okay. Yeah,
I think that the direction was to bring back the matter essentially that's before you tonight on the 8th.
That's correct. That's what the motion was. Basically to continue where we are right now.
okay.
You bring up a good point, Kathy, but I don't think we can go too deep into.
Okay, so what I would like, so then I would like that the financials of this current applicant be further delved into based on some of the comments that we've heard today about inconsistencies or unrealistic numbers or whatever.
So that's sort of getting down the road. Bob, is that too far down the road for tonight?
No, I think that's probably falls within a determination of Chaparral as the most qualified proposal, which is on the agenda for tonight.
Okay, it's a slippery slope now. We can open it up to.
I realize that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll see how this unfolds. Go ahead, Christina Medina Dirksen, and then Councilmember Burnett.
I wanted to ensure that questions that were asked, we're down to 39 people, are articulated and spelled out, since many of those people do not have a chance to come back next time. And then my second idea is we've already made a motion to bring it back for further participation. How much leeway do we have, Bob Rathy, to amend a motion or to make a motion?
Motion's already passed.
Okay. Then that answers my question.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just wanted to point out that while we have comments, I want to ensure that the questions are spelled out by Mr. Mayor, by the people who are still here, to ensure that they're answered at our next meeting.
Okay. That would be sort of a question for the city manager, whether Anita can get the minutes ready. That would be the official record of the questions. I don't know.
And I know our
Not just
mayor
the
keeps
minutes the way they normally are written, but that Christina is asking for questions to be articulated and answered. We don't normally do that in the minutes.
We do not.
We
I
normally
want to ensure, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, do I have the floor? I want to ensure that the at least 12 people that spoke tonight have their questions on record and are not ignored. So if there's an opportunity to go over up until Lindsay Alexander to ensure that we have the questions in the record, because they cannot come back to speak at the next meeting.
So Lane, I'm hearing questions articulated and questions answered. Is it?
Yeah, I think it is. I've taken pretty good notes and flagged all the questions that were asked. There's a lot of comments there. I won't respond to the comments, but the questions, I think I have most of those listed. Brian has probably been doing the same thing, so that should not be a problem. That we can bring back a list of the questions and respond to those.
That might save us a lot of time because we don't have to respond verbally. We can put those in the staff report. All right. Any more input, Christina, before we move on to Councilmember Burnett?
That is it. I just wanted to speak for the public and ensure that all of their questions were answered.
Thank you. Councilmember Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, here it is, a quarter after 11, and we're discussing what our agenda is going to be and how we're going to respond to that. And there are a lot of people that gave up on us hours ago. And I just think this is not the way to conduct a meeting. I think your handling of this meeting has not been efficient and has not been transparent. We've agreed that we're going to come back and we're going to answer the questions that were asked tonight, okay? And we're going to give direction as if we are continuing this item. I think everyone understands that. I think that's what we've all agreed to, okay? To now say, well, we're going to say this and we're going to say that, it's not on the agenda. You know, we're really going off into the weeds here.
We're charged with transparency. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Thank you, David Burnett. We are consulting with our city attorney. We have identified we're on, but Councilmember Berkeley, go ahead.
Yes, so if we were normally to continue this meeting, we would, as council, have a chance to respond, but also the applicants would have a chance to respond. And so I think that it's very important that we are clear that they have a chance to give their feedback and make comments on that as well. I just want to be sure that we're, to bookmark that so that they're part of this next step in the conversation. Because there are a lot of things that were thrown out at them that they should have a chance to give further explanation on, more than we, in fact. So thank you.
Bob, how do we handle this? Of course, questions will be answered, but how do we handle the comments that Lisa rightly mentions, that they're sort of throwing criticisms at the applicant, the applicants? How do we handle their response if it's not a question but a comment?
Well, the applicants have heard all the comments tonight. I think they should have an opportunity on the 8th to respond to the comments, as they would if we were continuing the meeting tonight. As far as the questions go, if we are going to put them in the form of a Q&A in the staff report, I think we would provide that to the applicant, and the applicant could also respond to those questions where they concern the applicant. So that would be one way to try to get a fair opportunity for the applicant to respond to both the questions and the comments.
Okay, I'm totally okay with that, though I don't think it's our practice to let applicants respond to all comments. But I'm not against doing it. I just don't think we normally do that. If there's questions for applicants, we give them the chance, them and staff, whoever's appropriate, to answer questions. But you're suggesting the agenda includes some kind of 10-minute presentation by the applicants to respond to comments. And I'm okay with that, but it's not our normal practice.
I understand. But, okay. I think in the interest of fairness and transparency to all, it would be a good practice.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem.
And because this meeting has been so long and I've lost track of the process, but generally we go to questions from the council, go out to the public, and then we come back for comments, which I know that I had notes here about things I want to comment. We never got to it. So we still have to have that process where council gets to make our statements, our comments, correct?
Good point, Kathy. So we'll answer the public questions in the form of written response, so we don't have to go to the verbal. And we'll give so the first thing we'll really do is give the applicant a chance to respond to comments and or questions. And then we'll go to what you say, basically unlimited council comments. And then we'll have a discussion about where to take all of this. And then we'll go to a vote. And at some point we have to have more public comment by those who didn't comment tonight. Correct, Bob?
That's correct. Yeah, it'll be a matter
that would
of.
Probably be before a motion or after a motion, depending on what council decides to sequence that.
Right. Our normal practice, which we kind of set aside tonight, would be to do it after the motion. But as we know, council sometimes like to switch it and hear from the public first. So that would be up to you on the 8th.
Okay. So we are continuing our normal process. Kathy, we'll pick up where we left off, except that we'll give the applicant a chance to answer comments that came up, and they can answer the questions in writing because staff's going to provide them those questions in writing prior to our meeting, but they won't have a chance to comment on the comments until it's verbal, until they can do so verbally at our next meeting.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, may I also suggest that the remaining public comments be done fairly early as just a continuation of this process, because now we are doing the public comment before the motion on this meeting, but if we flip back over and do it the opposite, I don't think that's consistent. So can we continue with public comment as an extension of this process?
Good suggestion.
I'll just be briefly, that would just be a reordering of the agenda from our normal agenda, which would be appropriate. The mayor could do that as long as with the I'll say with the potential of being overruled by council, but I don't think that'd be the case. The mayor can change the order of the agenda.
Right. Well, let's just make that part of the agenda. I don't have to change anything. That we start the next meeting with public comment. We go to the applicant to answer questions. I'm so sorry. Answer to comment, to respond to comments. If there's new questions that come up with a new public comment, they could answer those new questions. But the old questions from tonight, they'll answer in writing along with the staff's response to those questions. So we'll go to public comment, applicants, response to comments, and any new questions that came up. And we'll go to council discussion and council action.
Right. Okay. That seems efficient.
Okay. You see that, David Burnett? We're being efficient.
We try.
Okay. Are we good for tonight to adjourn then at this point?
Before we adjourn, though, I do think I'd be remiss if we didn't thank Mr. David Siegenthaler and
Yes.
Mr. Ray Murray from the National Park Service for taking their valuable time to come here after a long process and give us their input. I'm
Thank you.
very grateful to both.
Yeah, and especially Ray. He couldn't get a word in edgewise. And thank you, Ray. And thank you, Doug and Tina and Marisol and Eddie and Donna. David for staying with us, AV. Thank you, everybody. It was really a good meeting, although contentious at times. It was a good meeting. Thank you, everyone.